of World Tourism Day 2025. We would request everyone to kindly be seated as soon as possible. Honorable Minister and our Honorable Chief Guest would be joining us any moment now. विश्व पर्यटन दिवस 2025 के आयोजन पर आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत, हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। अब से कुछ ही समय में माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय हमारे बीच उपस्थित होंगे। आप सभी से पुनः निवेदन है, कृपया शीघ्र अपने स्थान ग्रहण कर लें और आप सभी से निवेदन करना चाहेंगे मोबाइल फ़ोन्स को स्विच्ड ऑफ या साइलेंट मोड पर रखें। धन्यवाद।
Stories stay with you forever. History comes alive here. Open for business.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform everyone present here. Honorable Chief Guests and other dignitaries have arrived at the venue. They would be joining us any moment now. May we once again request everyone to be seated inside the hall. Thank you. And once again requesting for all the mobile phones to be kept on to silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting everyone to settle down. All our guests who are joining us now are kindly requested to take their seats as soon as possible. We are expecting our dignitaries any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, as we can see on the screens, our dignitaries walking towards the hall. They will be joining us any moment now. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Honorable Chief Guest Shri Suman Beruji, Honorable Vice Chairperson Niti Aayog. We welcome Shri Suresh Gopiji, Honorable Minister of State for Tourism, Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Suman Billaji, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, and Shri Gyan Bhushanji, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Tourism, to kindly grace the stage with their august presence. विश्व पर्यटन दिवस 2025 की आप सभी को हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। नमस्कार and good morning. Honorable Chief Guest Shri Suman Berry ji, Honorable Vice Chairperson Niti Aayog, Shri Suresh Gopi ji, Honorable Minister of State for Tourism, Petroleum and Natural Gas, esteemed dignitaries on the days, our special invitees, senior government officials, distinguished representatives from the industry, stakeholders, academia and civil society, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this prestigious celebration of World Tourism Day 2025, organized by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. World Tourism Day was first established in 1980 by the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Since then, this day has served as a global platform to highlight tourism's vital role, not just in promoting cultural exchange and mutual understanding, but also in creating livelihoods, fostering social inclusions, and advancing sustainability. This year, the world comes together under the theme Tourism and Sustainable Transformation. World Tourism Day 2025 is particularly significant because tourism today stands as a driver of economic recovery, job creation, and inclusive growth. It provides millions of livelihoods, especially in the developing nations, while giving communities the chance to showcase their traditions, crafts, and heritage. And in today's world, where we face challenges like climate change, migration and global tensions, tourism also serves as a bridge, bringing nations together, spreading peace and strengthening cooperation. And to mark this auspicious beginning of the celebration of the World Tourism Day, we invite our distinguished dignitaries on the stage to kindly light the ceremonial lamp, which is a symbol of knowledge, prosperity, and enlightenment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together on the ceremonial inauguration of World Tourism Day 2025. विश्व पर्यटन दिवस 2025 के पारंपरिक शुभारंभ पर माननीय अतिथिगण का हार्दिक धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, on this special occasion, as a token of our respect and gratitude, may I now request Shri Suman Bilaji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to kindly do the honors of welcoming and honoring Honorable Chief Guest Shri Suman Berry ji, Honorable Vice Chairperson Niti Aayog. We honor Sir with a shawl presentation and a small token of gratitude, a memento. Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would request you, sir, to also do the honors of welcoming and honoring Shri Suresh Gopi ji, Honorable Minister of State for Tourism, Petroleum and Natural Gas. These mementos are a humble expression of our deep appreciation for their valuable guidance and support in shaping the future of India's tourism sector. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to formally commence this special occasion, it is my privilege to invite Shri Suman Billa, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, to deliver the welcome address and share his thoughts on the vision and way forward for India's tourism sector. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir.
Honorable Vice Chairman Niti Ayog, Shri Suman Beriji, Honorable Minister of State for Tourism, Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Suresh Gopiji, my colleague Mr. Gyan Bhushan, my other colleague Ms. Mugdha Sinha, CMD of ITDC, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are all gathered here to commemorate the World Tourism Day. And the theme of this year's World Tourism Day celebration could not have been more relevant for India. The theme is tourism and sustainable transformation. And indeed, tourism does have the power to transform societies, economies, and the environment where it can reside, provided we take a responsible approach towards it. India has seen a very strong growth in tourism over the past decade. If you just look at the broad brush numbers, our domestic tourism visits were 1.2 billion in the year 2014. Today, they are 2.94 billion. Our international tourist visits used to be 13 million in 2014. Today, they are close to 20 million. Our outbound travel used to be 18.4 million. Today, that number stands at 27 million. And we earn about $32 billion in the last year from our inbound tourism. And outbound accounts for about 17 billion or so. But more importantly, why tourism matters for India and why tourism is relevant for India is because of the number of jobs that it creates. It is estimated that tourism today creates 84 million jobs in the country, which makes it a heavy lifter for a productive economy. And yet, if we look at tourism's contribution to our GDP, it stands around 5%, which does not compare well against a global average of 10%. So I think the challenge before us is how do we make this inform our ambition and how do we make this inform our way forward. And as the Honorable Prime Minister said a few months ago, he said the task before us is to double tourism sector's contribution to the Indian economy from the current 5% to 10%. India has been the fastest growing large economy for over a decade now. That has put money into the pockets of Indians, and Indians are traveling like never before. They have also become aspirational. So if we look at it from that perspective, I think what becomes eminently clear is that growth for India is a given. The challenge before us is how do we make sure that this growth happens within a framework of sustainability and responsibility. And I think all of us in this room today, this platform today gives us an opportunity to look at how we reassess our position and how we take this forward. And I think at the end of the day, we should be a little bit more wiser as to our plan on how we can use tourism to transform our economy in a sustainable and responsible manner. But it is not as if we do not have challenges. We do have challenges. One of the things that stares us in the face is the comparison between the inbound and the outbound. We receive, as I said, 20 million inbound, but we send out 27 million outbound. We earn $32 billion, but according to RBI estimates, we also send $17 billion go out on account of outbound travel. And I think the point that we need to be careful about is that the rise of the outbound is faster than the rise of the inbound. And therefore, if this present situation continues, it is going to be a challenge for us to create tourism as an engine for foreign exchange earning and for enhancing its economic contribution. So this also directly links to the second part, which is the supply side. If more and more Indians are becoming more financially empowered and they are traveling, it is important that we also ensure that we create compelling experiences and destinations in India for them to stay back, which leads us to the supply side issue of our capacity and our destinations. By an estimate, I think the number of hotel rooms that we have in this country are about, we need to have 3 times more number of hotel rooms than we have at present in the country. Most of our destinations, as we know, are getting saturated, and most of us know, especially the hill destinations during the summer months tend to get very, very overcrowded. So I think this is a challenge that we need to do on how do we create supply and how do we enhance supply from the hotel point of view, and how do we ensure that our destinations become vibrant and they are able to hold more people within the limits of carrying capacity. The second issue that we have is that how do we make our experiences more compelling to keep people within the country. Today most of our attractions are world class. For example, if you look at any of our ASI monuments, most of them are world class attractions, but the experience of the tourist is perhaps not commensurate with the potential that it has as an attraction. And I think this is a problem statement that we need to address on how do we ensure that the world class tourism attraction that we have is matched by a world class tourism experience for the visitor. The third issue that we need to look at is how do we create experiences around existing destinations. For example, most of us know that several people travel to the Taj. They go to in the morning, they probably see Fatehpur Sikri in the evening, and then they return by late evening back to Delhi. We need to create compelling experiences there which compel people to stay back, spend a night or two, and extend the duration of stay and spend more at the destination. And one of the things that we have been working on at the Ministry of Tourism, which has been also reflected in what the Honorable Prime Minister has said and in the budget announcement, is that we will be building 50 world-class tourism destinations in the country. The idea is that India does not lack money, India does not lack demand. What India probably lacks is inspiration, that we are capable of creating world-class destinations, we are capable of managing them, and being second to none. And I think that is an initiative that is going to happen with a strong collaboration between the Government of India, between the state governments, and with the industry. We also need to have a strong campaign which we will roll out in the next financial year to kickstart inbound tourism for us to be able to strengthen our foreign exchange earnings. One paradigmatic shift that we also need to take is to make this move from seeing tourism as a job creator to one that creates livelihoods. And there are several examples in the country where this has successfully been done, and that is something that we need to work on collectively. And in all that we do, we need to ensure that we do not take away from Mother Nature more than what we give. And as tourism, we must be at the vanguard of that environmental preservation and ensuring that the ecological balance in all the interventions that we do is maintained. And I think therefore all of us together who are in this room have this bounden duty to ensure, as I said, that growth for tourism in India is a given. The challenge is how do we optimize its outcome so that we make communities the center stage of our development, that we ensure that our green responsibility is not diluted, and we make the tourism sector truly speak and count in the economic growth. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Vice Chairman of Niti Aayog, Dr. Suman Berry. He has been guiding us, he has been supporting us, and under his leadership, sir, you have a very strong tourism team in the Niti Aayog who works very closely with us on all of our policy endeavors. We are very thankful to you, and we are also very thankful to you because about a month ago, you took a meeting and you said, how do we celebrate the World Tourism Day this year? And then one of the things that we decided was that instead of making it ceremonial, why don't we do something that really creates value add for us to explore new pathways. And we are very grateful to you, sir, for not only for your guidance, but for also being here today in our midst. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Minister of State, Sri Suresh Gopiji, who is again very passionate about tourism, and his understanding of tourism is quite granular because he hails from the state of Kerala, where tourism is important and he understands it clearly from varying perspectives. I would also like to welcome my colleague, Mr. Gyan Bhushan, who is the Senior Economic Advisor, and all the panelists who have come. We have put together a very interesting and a very strong set of panelists who are here today to speak about some very interesting themes, and I hope that their insight will enrich our understanding and inform our way forward. The Honorable Tourism Secretary, Madam Vidyavati, could not be here with us because she is indisposed, but I would like to take this opportunity to also acknowledge the guidance and support that she has done for this. I thank you all for a patient hearing. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for setting the tone for today's deliberations with your insightful words. Ladies and gentlemen, we are deeply honored to have with us today the august presence of Shri Suresh Gopiji, Honorable Minister of State for Tourism, Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. A distinguished personality, Shri Suresh Gopiji has made his mark as a celebrated actor, social worker, and now a dynamic parliamentarian. His commitment to public service is reflected in his proactive role in promoting India's tourism sector and in advancing policies that balance cultural preservation with sustainable development. In his dual portfolio, he also contributes significantly to strengthening India's energy sector, bringing a holistic perspective to growth and transformation. And now it is my privilege to invite Shri Suresh Gopiji, Honorable Minister of State for Tourism, Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India, to share his address and vision for India's tourism sector. Let's put our hands together to welcome Minister Sir.
A very good morning to all, and my prayers and wishes for the World Tourism Day. My respects and namaskar to Shri Suman Bariji, Shri Suman Billaji, Shri Gyan Bhushanji, and all the dignitaries, representatives, participants in this celebration who are seated in front of me, and also to the media. It is my privilege to join all of you on the occasion of World Tourism Day 2025, celebrated on September 27th every year, to recognize tourism's vital role in fostering cultural exchange, driving economic growth, and strengthening global harmony. This year's theme for the World Tourism Day, Tourism and Sustainable Transformation, highlights the sector's power to act as a catalyst for positive change. As we stand at a crucial juncture in India's development journey towards Viksit Bharat 2047, the tourism sector has the unique responsibility of balancing growth with sustainability to serve as a true driver of inclusive progress and opportunity for all. Tourism cannot thrive in isolation. It requires strong linkages with transportation, infrastructure, and allied services. India has placed connectivity at the heart of its tourism vision. Investments in airports, highways, inland waterways, and railways are ensuring seamless travel experiences for domestic and international visitors. Initiatives like UDAN, improved last mile connectivity to tourist sites, and integrated multimodal transport hubs are making tourist destinations more accessible and inclusive. By strengthening cross-sectoral synergies, we are transforming tourism into a driver of holistic regional development. Ministry of Tourism has taken several initiatives to embed sustainability at the core of tourism. Swadesh Darshan 2.0 focuses on destination development through a sustainable and challenge-based approach. Prashad scheme ensures holistic development of pilgrimage destinations with responsible infrastructure, eco-friendly practices for hotels, and promotion of rural and village tourism are creating low-impact, high-value experiences. Collaboration with states, private sector, and communities ensures that growth is inclusive, resilient, and future-ready. To realize the vision of Viksit Bharat, we need institutions that can integrate government, industry, and communities. Destination management organizations will serve as the nodal platform to coordinate with stakeholders, foster innovation, and ensure balanced growth. The Ministry of Tourism is working on institutional models to position DMOs as key drivers of India's tourism transformation. The Swadesh Darshan 2.0 challenge-based schemes recently launched by the Ministry of Tourism have provision for setting up of DMOs to bring greater synergy in the efforts of central and state governments for the implementation of sanctioned projects to make India a great tourist destination. Technology is redefining how travelers engage with destinations. Online booking platforms, personalized itineraries, and the growing influence of travel bloggers and digital storytellers are creating more engaging and authentic experiences for the visitors. Ministry of Tourism has also taken initiatives to realize the potential of technology for promoting and marketing tourism. The revamped version of Incredible India website provides the travel and tourism industry around the world access to high quality images, videos, and other information they might need to promote Incredible India. The portal has also partnered with several online travel agents and stakeholders for seamless booking of flights, hotels, cabs, and buses, and tickets for ASI monuments. India is proud to champion the global movement of lifestyle for environment, launched by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Through Travel for Life, we are embedding sustainability into travel choices, encouraging eco-friendly transport, responsible consumption, waste reduction, and respect for local culture and biodiversity. Tourists are not just visitors but partners in protecting our planet. Under India's G20 presidency, we collectively adopted the Goa Roadmap for Tourism as a vehicle for achieving SDGs. This roadmap emphasizes green tourism, digitalization skills, tourism MSMEs, and destination management, India is committed to implementing this vision, ensuring that our tourism growth directly contributes to achieving the 2030 targets of Sustainable Development Goals. The future of tourism lies in sustainable transformation, where connectivity meets culture, technology empowers tradition, and every journey contributes to the people, planet, and prosperity. On this World Tourism Day, let us reaffirm our commitment to make tourism not just an economic activity but a movement for building a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous future for all. Thank you. Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your inspiring words, for guiding us towards a future where tourism truly becomes a vehicle for sustainable transformation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, we come to a significant part of today's event, a series of launches and initiatives that mark India's commitment to innovation, inclusion, and sustainable tourism. The exchange of MOUs with Netflix, Atithi Foundation, and OTA partners for tourist feedback mechanism. Netflix and the Ministry of Tourism have come together to imagine, rather reimagine, how audiences discover India. This partnership combines Netflix storytelling power with Ministry's vision to showcase and promote the depth and breadth of our incredible India. As part of the collaboration, Netflix and MOT will work together to identify how travel destinations can be meaningfully integrated into Netflix India's original storylines, ensuring creative alignment and tourism promotion. To celebrate this partnership, we now present a short video teaser announcing our collaboration and highlighting India's breathtaking landscapes, landmarks, and stories through the magic of Netflix films, series, and documentaries. Thank you. And now for the MOU exchange in the august presence of our dignitaries on the stage, may I invite Mr. Vibhawa Tripathi, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Tourism, and Ms. Mahima Kaul, Director Global Affairs, Netflix. And ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for that MOU exchange between Ministry of Tourism and Netflix. Thank you. The essence of Indian tourism lies in its hospitality. And to strengthen this, an MOU with Atithi Foundation is being exchanged. This collaboration will focus on developing a framework for creating destination management organization, ease of doing business to assess and benchmark policies across key states to attract investment in tourism and hospitality. It is a step forward towards making India's tourism experience more vision-centric. And may I now invite for the MOU exchange Ms. Seema Jain, Director, Ministry of Tourism, and Mr. Piyush Doshi, Operating Partner, and Mr. Praveen Khangta, Lead Strategy from Atithi Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, digital platforms today play a vital role in shaping tourist choices. To harness this, the ministry is formalizing an MOU with leading online travel agency, the OTA partners. This initiative will introduce tourist feedback mechanisms on travel platforms, helping capture real-time visitor experiences. Such data-driven insights will be valuable for better destination management, policy planning, and service delivery. This is just a beginning, and in future many more MOUs with other OTAs are going to be added to this initiative. I would now like to invite for the MOU exchanges Ms. Seema Jain, Director, Ministry of Tourism, and from Make My Trip, Mr. Sameer Bajaj, Senior Vice President. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this significant MOU exchange. I would request Ms. Seema Jain to kindly stay back as I invite on stage from Easy Trip Planner Limited, Ms. Nutan Gupta, Chief Operating Officer, CEO, and Ms. Tanul Mittal, Creative Head Marketing. We now exchange the MOU with Ministry of Tourism and Easy Trip Planner Limited. Thank you. Now for the next MOU with Thomas Cook India Limited, I invite Mr. Romil Pant, Executive Vice President and Head Holidays, and requesting Ms. Seema Jain, Director, Ministry of Tourism, to kindly stay with us for this MOU exchange. Congratulations. And now for the MOU with Yatra Online Limited, may I invite Ms. Gurpreet Kaur, Assistant Vice President Holidays and Trade Relations, and Mr. Jitendra Patra, Vice President Holidays and Trade. Congratulations. Thank you. And finally, from the Holiday Triangle Private Limited, I invite Mr. Tendra Singh Yadav, Vice President Sales, and Mr. Rohit Jaiswal, Senior Manager B2B, for the MOU exchange with the Ministry of Tourism. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you to each one of you and congratulations for those MOU exchanges. Thank our dignitaries for their august presence. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism projects today require speed, transparency and accountability. And to achieve this, the Ministry of Tourism is launching the Project Monitoring and Information System, or PMIS, a digital platform that will track projects in real time, ensure efficient use of resources and strengthen good governance. By bringing all the stakeholders onto one digital platform, the PMIS not only strengthens governance and accountability, but also reflects India's commitment to a tourism sector that is modern, transparent and result-oriented. I have the privilege now in requesting our Honorable Chief Guest, Sir, to kindly do the honors of launching the PMIS portal. Thank you very much indeed, sir. To better understand and share the future of tourism in India, the Ministry of Tourism today is releasing the annual India Tourism Data Compendium. This compendium serves as a comprehensive reference book for policymakers, industry leaders, researchers and stakeholders. It brings together key statistics and insights on domestic and international tourist arrivals, revenue generation, employment trends, regional growth patterns and sectoral performances. The release of this compendium reaffirms the Ministry's commitment to ensuring that India's tourism sector is guided by knowledge, transparency and forward-looking strategies. And may I request Honorable Chief Guest to kindly do the honors of releasing the annual India Tourism Data Compendium. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for doing the honors of releasing the compendium. Thank you. Homestays are the true reflection of India's hospitality and culture. And to strengthen this ecosystem, the Ministry of Tourism is releasing a special booklet on Mudra loans for homestays. The booklet will serve as a practical guide for aspiring entrepreneurs, providing details on how to access financial support through the Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. It will also highlight how the Jan Samarth portal, the government's one-stop digital platform for credit-linked schemes, can be leveraged to apply seamlessly for such loans, making the process transparent, efficient and accessible to all. Together, these initiatives will empower the local communities, promote sustainable livelihoods and enrich India's tourism landscape. I request our dignitaries to kindly do the honors of releasing the booklet on Mudra loans for homestays. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us today the august presence of Shri Suman Beruji, Honorable Vice Chairperson Niti Aayog, the apex public policy think tank of the Government of India, where he serves with the rank of Cabinet Minister and reports directly to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. A distinguished policy economist and research administrator, Shri Berry assumed office on the 1st of May 2022. His illustrious career spans leadership roles such as the Chief Economist at Royal Dutch Shell in The Hague and Director General of the National Council of Applied Economic Research (NCAER), where he strengthened global partnerships and contributed significantly to the national policy debates. He has also served on the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, the Statistical Commission of India, and the RBI's Technical Advisory Committee, the Monetary Policy. Beginning his career with the World Bank, Shri Berry worked extensively on the financial sector reforms and development strategies and also served as the special consultant to the Governor of the RBI. An alumnus of Oxford University and Princeton University, his scholarship and writings have focused on the political economy of reform, financial sector policy and global energy issues. We warmly welcome Shri Suman Beruji to kindly address the gathering. Let's put our hands together to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest for his address.
Honorable Minister of State for Tourism, Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Suresh Gopiji, Shri Suman Billa, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, Shri Gyan Bhushan, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Tourism, the distinguished speakers who have joined us from abroad, members of industry, colleagues from Niti Aayog, friends. As Shri Billa had said, my presence here reflects several things. Personally, for reasons I'll go into in a minute, an abiding interest in the capability and capacity of tourism as a development stimulus. Also strong encouragement from Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, the Minister for Tourism. Most of all, the instructions of Honorable Prime Minister that tourism has to be one of the major transformational initiatives of this, his third term. Not to say that we've not been doing well, but if NITI is about transformational, the National Institution for Transforming India, we cannot rest on our laurels, but we need to move to the next step. So let me start with a few personal reflections about my own engagement with the tourism sector, and then go on to the challenges and the opportunities that the present situation presents. As the compare has indicated, I started my career at the World Bank, and this was a very long time ago, but the World Bank at that time did have a tourism projects department, and I think I'm right in saying they were quite influential in, for example, the development of Cancun and also certain projects on Yugoslavia that I used to work on. But as happens, there was a wave of opposition, I would say largely from civil society organizations, and so the development opportunities for tourism were left unexploited, at least at the level of the international financial institutions, not unlike what we have seen happen with nuclear energy, etc. So that was then, and I'm talking about the 1970s. But let me just say, when Ajay Banga was here, I asked him whether they were rethinking their policy, and he said that in a limited way they were contemplating this. So just to say that tourism as an integral part of a development strategy, and that is really Niti Aayog's business, and that's been my lifelong career, has been development strategy, has been in the shadows, but is now, as it were, formally and firmly recognized as transformational, but it has to be under the right circumstances. Let me move on to my arrival at the National Council of Applied Economic Research in 2001. Fairly soon after that, Amitabh Kant, who later was at Niti Aayog, moved from Kerala, where I think he was partly responsible for the God's Own Country campaign, which put Kerala on the map, and you would have seen that Alepe was amongst the sites that were captured in the slides that were presented to you. He then approached NCAER to do the first of the so-called tourism satellite accounts. And so if tourism had been somewhat in the shadows in the development fraternity, tourism was also in the shadows in the data fraternity, because those of you who know something about national account statistics, it's not recognized as a sector. And so I think I'm right in saying that the NCAER tourism satellite accounts were the first time that, and this I'm talking about 2004, 2005, that the sheer scale of domestic tourism, and particularly religious tourism, was revealed. So what gets measured gets done, and until then tourism was not being adequately measured. So let's now move to today, and why for Niti, and therefore for me, with the strong support of Honorable Minister, I think tourism is so fascinating and so potentially powerful if appropriately managed. Because to me, this is a sector that includes all of the following challenges which we are going to face in our transition, first from being a lower middle income country to being an upper middle income country, which we hope to achieve by the in the next decade, and then of course to being a Viksit Bharat by 2047. What are these challenges? First, it requires, as we have seen in other areas like the India Stack and UPI, it requires a kind of collaboration between the public and private sectors, which frankly has not been one of the strengths of the India development model. Second, it also requires cooperation and integration between the center and the states. And it's only since I, came into this job and started to talk to state tourism secretaries, and I don't know if some of them are here, but I became aware of the fact that really state tourism budgets can often be of the same scale as the tourism budget of the union. And then finally, two other, if you like, very important, but I would say still underrepresented sectors, small and medium enterprises, particularly in homestays, as we've just heard about, and also women. So all of the challenges that India faces in the next stage of its transformation, public, private, center state, women, SMEs, and technology, because I believe we're going to hear about AI in tourism, all of these come together in, as it were, making India a successful tourism destination, tourism power. And our power is not only on the inbound, but frankly, the world is noticing our outbound as well. Those are the challenges and also the opportunities. But let me add to that the need for cooperation at the center between the tourism ministry, industry ministry, indeed even the home ministry on issues of security, and what we will be discussing, I believe, in the next session, transportation. Because as my conversations with Honorable Minister and AS have progressed, the issue of connectivity has become quite central. The issue of safety is also quite central, and often this is a state subject. But I also want to talk about, at the end of the day, what should be our metric for gauging success. AS had talked about foreign exchange, saving foreign exchange. I would say another point that he made, which is livelihoods, that we ought to be developing a data system, and I'm pleased that my respected colleague Saurabh Garg at MOSPI is now going out to gather the kind of data that we would need to assess impact. Because it's not true that India, as it were, is not adding kind of jobs, but what is true is that there is enormous latent potential, particularly in the female labor force, currently in agriculture, but which technology could facilitate to do undertake a range of activities which are consistent with, home care responsibilities. And so I think that tracking what the livelihood opportunities are, and understanding what the regulatory and other barriers are and working on them, and they won't be the same around the country. I mean, obviously, a homestay in the Himalayas and a homestay in Kerala are very different things. But I really think that while MICE tourism and all of that, of course, are important in terms of large-scale generation, I do want to indicate that tourism is a sector that can penetrate all the way down to small transport operators, to homestays, etc. So it is this enormous span of its impact that that I think makes it such an important sector for us to focus on. Let me leave it at that, but let me also indicate, and I was having a discussion in a different space yesterday about these um, these computing centers for AI, etc., that there are many hidden regulatory barriers which get in the way of the expansion of the sector. And you should be aware, particularly from industry, that the Prime Minister is determined to identify what the regulatory barriers are, be they transport barriers, land use barriers, etc., which is not to say that we should support a free-for-all. India's G20 presidency was very important in articulating, I think it was called the Goa Roadmap for Sustainable Tourism. So we have to be responsible, and we can be responsible, but I think that should not get in the way of this being one of the more powerful drivers of development all the way down. My final point would be: do we have to choose, or how do we blend the attractiveness of India for foreign tourists and the enormous domestic demand, which will only rise as our growth continues and as we go from lower income to upper middle income country. And I think what unites both of these is destination management. That if we are successful in providing wholesome, interesting destinations which encourage people to spend even an extra night, that would be relevant for affluent Indian tourists. It would also be a source of attraction for foreign tourists. But I think the tensions are real. I mean, I was in Thailand earlier this year and talked to the tourism minister there, and they are completely fixated on foreign tourists, including, I should say, a lot of Indian tourists. Our challenge is how to balance between affordability and access and scale for domestic tourists while continuing to up our game in terms of foreign tourists. And here I do think, and I don't know whether NITI has a role or the ministry is doing this, I think if there aren't platforms for states to learn from each other, then maybe that's a gap that needs to be filled. I'm very struck when, because I've lived half my working life abroad, when people have been visiting and recounting their experiences to me, what a sea change there has been in the last 10 years. By and large, my foreign friends are very satisfied with the product and talk about the, as it were, the intangibles that we must not lose sight of. The warmth, the hospitality, the authenticity of the Indian experience. And so I think these are also values that need to be projected through our public relations. I'm pleased that Netflix, etc., are taking this up. And maybe from that point of view, Incredible India is too much focused on, as it were, the razzmatazz. And we may wish to, because this is something that the Honorable PM himself is very clear on, that there is a glue that holds India together in terms of friendship, in terms of and that should also be part of what we're projecting to the world. So let me conclude by thanking Honorable Minister in his absence for the trust he's placed in NITI Aayog, AS for acknowledging that the partnership between NITI, including our recent report on homestays and through other means, that this is something that is valuable to the ministry. Let me just say for myself that because it is important to my boss, the Prime Minister, and because I'm firmly convinced that this has to be a central part of our livelihood strategy, that while I am still in this role, you can count on support for me, and good luck for the rest of the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your forward-looking perspective on tourism as a driver of economic and social change. And thank you very much indeed, sir, for sparing your valuable time and gracing this august occasion. As we approach the close of the inaugural session, it is my honor to call upon Shri Gyan Bhushan Ji, Senior Economic Advisor, Ministry of Tourism, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and, of course, a privilege to deliver a vote of thanks on this special occasion of World Tourism Day. On behalf of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each one of you who has contributed to the success of this landmark event. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to transforming India's tourism landscape, where sustainability, innovation, and inclusion must be the cornerstone of every initiative. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Suman Beriji, Honorable Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, for sharing his visionary perspectives and personal experiences, and for his continued encouragement to integrate tourism with India's developmental priorities. Sir, your insights are invaluable, and we strive to anchor tourism within the framework of national progress and Viksit Bharat. A special thanks to the Honorable Minister of State, Sri Suresh Gopiji, for his unwavering dedication and leadership. We are inspired by your vision to position India as a global destination rooted in the principles of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, resilience and responsible steward of our natural and cultural heritage. I also wish to convey sincere appreciation to our Secretary, Madam Vidyavati ji, who could not be here because, as my colleague Suman mentioned about her being indisposed, for her tireless efforts in nurturing the spirit of innovation and collaboration. I also sincerely thank our distinguished guest speakers, which we are eagerly waiting to hear, panelists and dignitaries whose presence enriches today's program with their valuable perspective and experiences. Your contribution, of course, will help us appreciate the deeper meaning of this year's theme, tourism and sustainable transformation. Special mention to our industry leaders, state tourism officials, event organizers, travel trade partners and media representatives. Thank you for your enthusiastic participation, meaningful contribution and unwavering support for transforming India's tourism landscape. Special thanks must be made to the tremendous behind-the-scene efforts of the organizing team, our colleagues in the Ministry of Tourism, ITDC, Sushma, Swaraj, Bhawan, staff and people who are managing this, and other event management teams. Your dedication has ensured the flawless execution of this session. We are truly grateful. Now we look forward to panel discussion and thematic sessions on various issues, challenges, success stories, successful global model aligned with this year's theme. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I request our dignitaries to kindly come together for a group photograph. Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the inaugural session, let us remember that tourism is not just about destinations, it is about people, communities, cultures and sustainability. On this World Tourism Day 2025, let us pledge to work together for a tourism sector that is resilient, inclusive and transformative, leading India and the world towards a sustainable future. Thank you once again to each one of you and wishing you all a happy World Tourism Day. We thank our dignitaries once again for their august presence, for sparing their time and gracing this occasion. And ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to kindly remain seated as we straightaway move into the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly remain seated. Just give us a moment while we arrange the top table for the next session. Next session is a panel discussion on cross-sectoral synergies for transforming tourism through transportation and connectivity. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now all set to go ahead with the proceedings of the next session. May I request everyone to kindly be seated. As I invite on stage our distinguished speakers for the session, Shri Ashutosh Gautamji, Member Technical and Member Traffic in Charge at Inland Waterways Authority of India. A very, very warm welcome to you, sir. May I invite you to kindly grace the stage. I invite Shri Rajesh Kumar, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Road, Highways and Transport. I invite Ms. Smitha, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, and Shri Sumit Sharma ji, Director, Tourism and Catering, Railway Board. Once again, inviting all our distinguished speakers for the session, Shri Ashutosh Gautamji, Member Technical and Member Traffic in Charge at Inland Waterways Authority of India, Shri Rajesh Kumar, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Road, Highways and Transport, Ms. Smitha, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation, Shri Sumit Sharma, Director, Tourism and Catering, Railway Board. Our distinguished moderator for the session, Shri Suman Billaji, will be joining us shortly. So we once again welcome on stage Shri Suman Billa, Additional Secretary and Director General, Ministry of Tourism, and our distinguished moderator for this session. So tourism cannot thrive in isolation. Its true potential is realized when it connects seamlessly with other sectors, especially transports and connectivity. Road, railways, aviation and waterways are the arteries that make destination accessible, comfortable and memorable for travelers. To deliberate on this critical theme, cross-sectoral synergies for transforming tourism through transportation and connectivity, we now move into a panel discussion. We are privileged to have as our moderator Shri Suman Bilaji, Additional Secretary and Director General Ministry of Tourism. And joining him on the panel are eminent representatives from key ministries whose roles are indispensable in creating a robust tourist ecosystem. From the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, driving world-class road infrastructure that connects remote destinations with mainstream tourism circuits, we have on the dais with us Shri Rajesh Kumar, Chief Engineer, Ministry of Road, Highways and Transports. From the Ministry of Civil Aviation, enabling seamless air connectivity that makes India's cultural and natural wonders more accessible to domestic and international travelers alike. We have with us today Ms. Smitha, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation. From the Ministry of Railways, enhancing connectivity through modern rail services that are both affordable and far-reaching, touching the length and breadth of our nation. We have with us Shri Sumit Sharma, Director Tourism and Catering, Railway Board, and from the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, strengthening the cruise tourism and coastal connectivity, unlocking new opportunities for maritime and river-based tourism. We have on the panel with us Shri Ashutosh Gautam, Member Technical and Member Traffic in Charge, Inland Waterways Authority of India. Together, these voices will explore how integrated planning and cross-sectoral collaboration can transform India's tourism landscape, making travel not only more convenient but also more sustainable and inclusive. I now have the privilege of handing over the proceedings to our distinguished moderator, Shri Suman Bilaji, to lead the panel discussion forward. And may I request you, sir, and remind you the time duration is 40 minutes. Over to you, sir.
I think it's working now. So good morning everybody, and welcome back to the first panel discussion. Unfortunately, we seem to have lost some of the audience to the tea and coffee outside, but they will be joining back quickly. So since we have only 40 minutes and we've been warned that we need to be within that time frame, so let's start the discussion in earnest, and I will also request my fellow panelists to be to the point and brief. So as we had, during the opening session, the Honorable Minister of State, the Honorable Vice Chairman Niti Aayog, they have all spoken about one thing, is that the importance of destination management and how vital it is to realize the potential of tourism for India. Because as we said, if we have to make the numbers work for India, and if we have to take it from a 5% contributor to the GDP to a 10%, our destinations are really the bulwarks of where this burden has to rest. And therefore, some of the things that the Ministry of Tourism has done is, just in the past fiscal alone, we have invested over 6,000 crores of rupees in various projects for building tourism infrastructure across the country. And as was mentioned, in this year, we are going to be starting this 50 global destination scheme, which will again be a very large format project for developing tourism destinations in the country. But as all of us know, developing destinations is one thing, but it is largely not fruitful unless it is backed by connectivity, unless you have got people who are able to come and who are able to go out, both internationally and domestically. And which is why we thought it is very important for us to also bring all of our colleagues from our sister ministries and agencies to discuss about what plans they have for our for ensuring connectivity to our tourism destination. So I have with me Mr. Ashutosh Gautam, who is member Inland Waterways Authority of India. I have Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Chief Engineer in the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, and he's been working with the Ministry of Tourism for several years now in that capacity. We have Mr. Sumit Sharma, who is from the Railway Board, and we have Ms. Smita from the Ministry of Civil Aviation. So let me start with Inland Waterways Authority of India. So Mr. Gautam, as we know, over the past decade, Inland Waterways Authority has made significant investments in terms of building jetties, in terms of terminals, navigation aids, etc. This can be a big enabler for river cruises, houseboats, and all that attendant tourism ecosystem. Can you tell us a little bit about what your plans are on how you want to see envisage the enhancement of this tourism aspect in the utilization of inland waterways?
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. As far as Inland Waterways Authority of India is concerned, we have recently, earlier we were basically emphasizing on cargo improvement through the IWT, Inland Water Transport. In the recent years, we have also seen that there has been a great potential in tourism as well as passenger movement for the community development across the rivers. We have recently finalized river cruise tourism destinations, as just now has been stated that destination management has been found to be one of the most important aspect of tourism. The cruise terminals at Varanasi, international level cruise terminal at Varanasi, river cruise terminal. We are finalizing cruise terminal at Guwahati and at several other places on Brahmaputra river. On Ganga, we have also planning at Patna, and river cruises which are plying currently on 9 national waterways, including Kerala, including Ganga, including Brahmaputra, including Kaveri in Odisha. So those have been increased with the recent surveys at various national waterways. We have increased it to 15. And now we are also planning smaller river cruises in other 47 national waterways, that too in a smaller stretches. The river cruise between Statue of Unity and Statue of Oneness in Madhya Pradesh and Statue of Unity in Gujarat, that has also been planned in association with the state governments. So, as has been the contribution of waterways, though we cannot say that we have the major contribution to the tourism sector, but we are also part of it. And in the later part of the session, I will also be able to contribute how we can interconnect with roads, railways, and provide port connectivities with connecting to river cruises. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam. So let me just follow that up with another question, because one of the things that we are seeing to ensure that tourism sector flows on our national waterways is also to have enabling frameworks like public-private partnership, viability gap funding, so these are some things that our industry, several of our industry partners would be keen on. Would you care to, throw some light on it? And I'm sure the Honorable Minister of State would also be keen to know as to what your plans are for the backwaters of Kerala, because he was just speaking to the Honorable Vice Chairman about how Alleppey and some of those backwaters need a leg up in terms of connectivity with IWAI and putting more capacity on the water.
Specifically, sir, regarding the backwaters of Kerala, at Trikunapula, there is a place in Kerala, Trikunapula, there is a navigational lock which is being constructed by the government of Kerala with the funding of the government of India. Once that navigational lock is developed and fully constructed, then the movement of river cruises from north part of Kerala will be able to reach to south part of the Kerala. This is number one. Secondly, as far as inclusion of public-private partnership is concerned and the viability gap fundings to various projects, for shipping industry, for availability of the vessels, recently Government of India has approved a scheme of around 69,000 crores for providing maritime development fund amounting to 25,000 crores and shipbuilding subsidy scheme of around 30,000 crores, which is basically for the development of the construction of the ships, which finally will be used for cargo movement as well as for cruise movement, for riverine cruise vessel movement. We have also motivating many of several private sector partners. Those are as of now developing their facilities themselves only. You might have seen that the Honorable Prime Minister has inaugurated the Ganga Vilas cruise recently, I think 1.5 years back from Varanasi. It was to reach to Dibrugarh, and this was the world's longest riverine cruise, having all the foreign movers. Those riverine cruises, including some of also moving in Kerala, those are getting developed by the private sector only. Now we are providing them the subsidy also to develop more vessels like that, and recently one similar vessel has been created or developed by one private partner at Varanasi, Alaknanda Cruises, on the similar lines, and similarly they are also, other people are also getting motivated in Kerala as well as in Odisha also. So I hope that in time to come with these subsidy schemes, many riverine cruise private operators will come on. And similarly in Yamuna also, in north of Delhi, Yamuna also one cruise activity is also likely to be started in few months. That is also on PPP mode. Thank you.
Sir, you wanted to?
If you don't feel that I'm pushing in between, most of the queries that or questions which I wanted to post here went answered without even my asking for it. Appreciate that. And when it comes to inland water navigation possibilities and then left untapped, if you ask me, Kerala's backwaters, even the backwaters in Ratnagiri, Goa, the backwater reclamation in Maharashtra has been kept unattended through all these 78 years. So it's not a complaint or raising an anomaly, But since the inland water navigation team is very harshly into developing as a model for tourism, sustainable tourism. When you talk about Alapi backwaters, the kind of vessels that have come in, 100% private participation, private entrepreneurs who have spent huge amounts of money and huge volume of energy. What is the payback? Is still not navigated, found, assessed, and growth prospects not designed. We have to do this now since you are involved. You were talking about fresh proposals. You mentioned Trikunapura, which I definitely do agree. But there are more valuable products in Kerala which we are not even thinking about, which has been in the foray of components in Kerala and in Tamil Nadu, which I have been raising at our in-house tourism ministries, in-house deliberations, discussions, and material for to be taken into discussion and put in the form of implementations, especially the Athirapalli waterfalls, which you would have seen in plenty of films, lots of films, but Bahubali is the best depict of AI or computer graphic added Athirapalli. I just wish that alongside Thirukunnappuzha you mentioned Athirapalli also. The same proposal can be taken into account of a very valiant property in Tamil Nadu, the Hogenekkal. Hogenekkal, 90% of possibility or probability of the prospectiveness of Hogenekkal has been left untapped. 90% I will definitely claim. Since I'm emotionally attached to the whole tourism responsibility of whole of India, there are some denials or leftaways or unseen areas in the south, which can be what Prime Minister's vision about 2047, promises for 2047 is whatever can be added in the string of thoughts taken for development. Thought platform should have such components. I just wish that the inland water team should definitely have one or more sittings in our in-house deliberations and take account of a south list. I can give you from anywhere in India, but a south list should be taken for your valuable consideration and very effectful, productful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is much food for thought, and I'm sure we will have a joint meeting with the IWAI soon to discuss some of these issues. I will now come to our colleague, Mr. Rajesh Kumar from the National Highways. Mr. Kumar, one of the things that we see is that there are a lot of recent policy initiatives of the National Highways have been around developing wayside amenities, creating landscape stopovers, scenic viewpoints. So all of these things which are essentially visitor amenities, because it's not just the destination which adds to the experience, but the way in which we arrive at the destination is also important. And I think, and therefore that aesthetic and that experiential aspect of travel also becomes important. And there's a lot of emphasis that I see that National Highways is placing on this. Can you tell us a little bit about what your plans are on this? Do you have any specific idea of how for selected tourist destinations you can work on these lines, creating wayside amenities, beautification of the roads for the last 20 kilometers or so, scenic viewpoints where people can stop and take pictures and take a break, and landscape gardens along with the wayside amenities. So what are your thoughts on that?
Thank you for this opportunity, and happy Tourism Day to all. we are laying now a lot of emphasis on beautifying the arrival destination on roads. You must have seen this Dwarka tunnel recently inaugurated. Now whole wall of the tunnel is now have beautiful paintings right from all over India. We are placing more focus on signages. For important tourist destinations, we have designed a different signages. Brown background with white letters. Generally, you will see blue background with white letters. But whenever you are approaching a tourist destinations, now you can see if whenever there is a brown signboard, you see some tourist destinations are reaching. Now we are also conceiving a plan. We are working on that. When we are suppose approaching a Jaipur, so before 20 kilometer or 15 kilometer, we could have, we will do some unique plantation in median and this avenue plantation. That may depict once you see this plantation, you can see, oh, now Jaipur is coming, I think. So that's we are working. What are the uniqueness of this city? Then what type of median flower we can put in an avenue plantation? What are the specific trees in those areas? Also, we are focusing whenever now when hill roads we are constructing. That's so wherever there is some space left or we are improving the curve, some space generally left, and if it is a scenic viewpoint, we do incorporate in our project so that somebody can stop there. And as a part of this also, we are now focusing on developing wayside amenities that we are lacking on our roads. So we are planning to bring a lot of amenities through private sector. So a policy now we have almost finalized. Whosoever is land along this national highways and all, let them come for development. Look and feel will be as per our plan. Construction, operation, maintenance will be theirs. We will give them, facilitate them with all clearances, basic facilities. But plan will be ours, development will be theirs. So in that way, many people will come, particularly on nowadays we are making greenfield roads, nothing along that road. So there, this wayside amenities are very much important. That way, we are trying to address major tourist destinations more attractive in the country.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Let me just follow up that question with another, because one of the things that National Highways has been speaking about recently is about intelligent transport systems and GPS linked FASTag, etc., which is about bringing that technology layer onto road transportation. One of the things that it does is that it creates an excellent platform for us to mount tourist related information. For example, if I'm traveling on a highway and if there is a monument or something which is worth seeing, it can flag it saying that there is this monument coming up on the right at the next turnaround. It can intimate people about washrooms that are there. It can also tell people about if the destination is crowded, it can also forewarn them saying that the direction in which you are going, there is a sort of a pile up at the Taj Mahal, or there are several people who are there. So how do you foresee that we will be able to build in this sensitivity and this additional layer onto what you are already planning to do?
Yeah, we are focusing on this ATMS, Advanced Travel Management System. On that, we will have this cameras. We will have cameras at a fixed intervals at important locations, and we have the variable message signboards displayed all along. Now, at present, it is not capturing this tourist information, those variable message signboards. It do capture ki jam is ahead or some collision is ahead or warning signs or informatory signs like that. But when we will have this full system in place, we are working on pan India, putting same system across all national highways in the country. It will help not only the management of the national highway, but it also help the tourist information which Suman sir is asking for. We can build in the information in that ATMS itself, and those messages can be displayed on the variable message signboard displayed along the roadside. So while traveling, somebody can see this much distance ahead, then if that link tourist destination is linked with this ATMS tourist information linked with ATMS, then information will come. This will heavily crowded or less crowded, like that. Now we go to airport. So on the very front, one security checkpost, when we pass, it will say gate number 8, waiting time is 2 minutes, entry. Gate number 1, waiting time 3 minutes. So you can go to that gate where less waiting time is there. So that can be easily done through our ATMS system. So that we are piloting in 5 projects at right now, and hopefully within 2 to 3 years pan India it will be there. So, and after that it is very easy to put all informations on this variable message signboard what sir is asking for.
Excellent. That will be a great enabler for tourism. Thank you. I now come to Mr. Sumit Sharma of Indian Railways. Mr. Sharma, as you know, Vande Bharat and Bharat Gaurav trains have been great enablers of tourism because they give you a fast, convenient, safe way to travel for a tourist from the place that he is to the tourist destination that he goes to. So two things. One is there a plan to strategically deploy these for places of tourism interest? Because especially when you speak about international tourists, etc., they are looking at an experience which is probably a little bit higher in expectation than that of a domestic tourist. The second is it also gives us an opportunity to brand these trains. You know, suppose if there is a train Vande Bharat which is say going to a tourism destination, I'm just saying for the sake of argument, like say Hampi. It also gives us an opportunity to develop that, you know, touch and feel in the train to give that, you know, heritage kind of a thing. Do you have any plans on these, and what your thoughts are on this?
First of all, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Sir, railways have, it's more than mere a transportation. It's actually a thread which weaves the culture, the natural landscape, and the national heritage. So in an era where the sustainable tourism is holding utmost importance, railways offers a very eco-friendly and very economical option for transportation. Now, like you spoke about Vande Bharat, sir, I would like to mention here in 2021, it's 23rd November, we have started a theme-based tour programs through a Bharat Gaurav trains policy, where a particular theme is selected. It can be a pilgrimage theme, it can be a northeast tour, it can be a religious tour, and various other themes are selected, and we give this to a service provider who provides all the onboard facilities, and railways provide running staff. We ensure the program is approved, we assure the punctuality of the trains and all other logistic support. And as we have mentioned, sir, in this Bharat Gaurav train policy, we give a option to the service provider to furnish the interiors of the train as per the theme, and also he can do some kind of advertisement also on the outside of the train, which can highlight the theme for which the train is started. So this is one thing, sir, and another thing I would like to add is recently in January 25, Railways in association with IRCTC has also started a Pravasiya Bharatiya tour for connecting people who are staying abroad with their root cultures, and it was a 17 days long itinerary, sir, where people got of 150 passengers of around 27 countries participated, and it was a big success, sir. And these trains provide us a opportunity to visit the lesser frequented places like Chitrakoot, Nandigram, Buxar, Markapur, Thanjavur, Unakoti, etc. And I feel Bharat Gaurav train policy is one of the main precursor where tourism can be promoted. And in addition to that, for foreign tourists, sir, I would like to add we are having our luxury trains, 4 luxury trains, as most of you all will be aware, which we run with either in association with IRCTC or state tourism development corporations. We have Palace on Wheel, Deccan Odyssey, Maharaja Express and the Golden Chariot. And they mainly cater to the foreign tourists or inbound tourists of the various parts of the world. And around 73 trips were conducted last year at various important tourist destinations covering Rajasthan, UP, even the southern states of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. And finally, we also connect with our heritage trains and Himalayan trains. As you are aware, sir, Kangra, then Mathiran. Right. Yeah. So I feel railways has a very important role to play as far as promoting tourism in country is concerned, sir.
Excellent. Excellent, thank you. So let me follow that up with one more question, which is on your Amrit Bharat railway stations. Because you have been reworking these railway stations, remodeling them, not only modernizing them, but also bringing them in line with the local culture, ethos, so that it reflects, you know, the spirit of the community where it resides. Now, tourism destinations can be, you know, an easy choice, and wherever, you know, there is a strong tourism destination, the railway stations need to be remodeled and revamped for greater tourism, you know, experience. Can you tell us a little bit about what your plans are on that, and you know, how can we sort of work around with it? Are you planning to add something?
I was actually trying to pose this question, but I have a value added question or maybe a proposal. We have these tourist facilitation centers in airports. We have seen them, we have seen people accessing and making use of such stations. I think in specific railway stations where through Amrit Bharat processes we are developing, in fact in Kerala I think almost 70% of the stations are going for a world-class revamping process. So I feel that IRCTC or any relevant department in the railway sector has to take care of this tourism promotion or tourism facilitation centers. You can pick the passenger from the source where he books a ticket. Purpose of travel. If it is tourism, then you have to pick him up at the stations where he alights or he deboards, and see that he perfectly, comfortably well reaches and makes use of the best possibilities in that destination. I think there should be an officer or a couple of them put in place to track them into, which will definitely be beneficial to the incredible India operations.
Thank you, sir. So one demand that has also been coming consistently from the tourism fraternity is high quality food courts in the railway stations and good quality lounges where people can, you know, sort of wait when they while they wait to catch their train. Can you tell us just what your thoughts are and also address the concern that the minister has raised?
Yes, sure, sir. Sir, as far as Amrit Bharat station scheme is concerned, it was started by railways in 2022. And it is a flagship initiative to redevelop railway stations over Indian railways and transforming them into modern passenger-centric hubs with embedding elements of local culture and heritage. And I would like to mention here around 1337 stations all over India has been identified for development under this scheme. And as it is being discussed here, sir, this modernization includes the development of this business meeting halls, executive lounges and lifts, escalators, cover over platforms and all the Wi-Fi kiosk which can improve the ambience and the comfort stay of the passengers and tourists in the stations. And sir, like you recently said, also the premium brands for the better food quality are being like we are following up with them so that they can set up the center in this Amrit Bharat stations to improve the food quality and the experience of the passengers and tourists. And one important thing I would like to mention is this special feature of Amrit Bharat station scheme in the tourist places is the designing of the redeveloped station buildings. They are being inspired by the local culture, heritage and architecture. For example, the Ahmedabad station draws inspiration from the Modhara Sun Temple, while Dwarka station is inspired by Dwarkadish Temple. Gurugram station will carry the IT theme. The Baleshwar station in Odisha will be designed on the theme of Bhagwan Jagannath Temple. The influence of Chola architecture will be visible on the Kumbakonam station in Tamil Nadu. Station of Madurai and Rameshwaram in Tamil Nadu will be inspired by the Madurai Meenakshi and Ramanatha Swami Temple respectively. And there are many more such examples, sir. And also another important policy which railways have started is the one station, one product scheme, sir. Which was started in 25th March 2022 with the objective to provide opportunities for enhanced livelihood through skill development to local artisans, potters, weavers, craftsmen, etc. As our Honorable Chief Guest Berry sir was also talking about improving the livelihood through tourism. So I would like to mention especially this theme where the weaker section of the society or the poorest of the poor basically are being encouraged to develop a stall on the station and sell their local products. It also gives an opportunity to the tourists to see what is the specialization of that station or the area, and they may, as our earlier speaker also said, they may think to extend their stay at a particular station for a single day or a 2 day. So sir, in conclusion I would say railway is an indispensable partner in the growth of tourism, offering economical, comfortable and extensive transport option to diverse destinations, thereby connecting people and culture across various landscapes. Sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. I now come to our last panelist, Ms. Sindhu. She's from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, and you know, tourism and civil aviation have a very strong bond going back several decades. Originally, tourism and civil aviation have been part of the same ministry as well at one point of time. So the tourism industry has been looking at the expansion of the Udan scheme with great interest, because one of the things that you are saying is that how to enable connectivity to new airports and also to heliports. It can be a big enabler for tourism, you know, especially for those like ecotourism, adventure tourism, and also destinations which are a little bit, you know, of outliers. Like the Honorable Cabinet Minister is not here today, but if he was here, he would have certainly raised the question about connectivity to Jaisalmer, because he's from there, and it hurts him that connectivity to Jaisalmer has been established, but it does not exist today. So I'm sure those who are in the room today as well from the tourism industry have several questions on how this expansion of the Udan scheme is going to help us connect to more tourism destinations and make it easier for people to travel.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I will come to the specific query with respect to the modified Udan or the expanded Udan which is going to come, with a brief on what the Udan scheme as such till now has been able to achieve. So this Udan, the point of Udan comes from National Civil Aviation Policy of 2016, which identified regional connectivity or enhancement of regional connectivity as a key area where Ministry of Civil Aviation has to take forward. So from that we launched Udan, Ude Desh Ke Aam Nagarik, that is Udan. So the key idea behind the scheme was providing regional connectivity, affordability and taking care of the commercial viability. It's not that we will be subsidizing the travels, but it is not commercially viable, then Udan is not going to achieve the target. So with these objectives we launched Udan, and it's been 10 years, and now we are going for the modified Udan or expanded Udan with so many other features based on the learnings. But with this Udan in last 10 years, actually we had a lot of enhancement in our infrastructure, in our connectivity. With the recent launch of Pune Airport, we have 93 airports under UDAN scheme, which has been operationalized, which includes heliports and water aerodromes also. And we got 643 operational routes also, specifically under RCS scheme, that is under the UDAN scheme. So through this RCS project, we got more than 1.5 crore passengers traveling across more than 3 lakh flights. So the key objectives of regional connectivity, having routes connecting underserved or unserved airstrips in the country, connecting hitherto untouched areas, providing affordability through viability gap funding or concessions with respect to the fees and levies charged by the central government, state government or various airport operators, etc. All these things we have provided a viable solution over the last 10 years. And from the key learnings from UDAN scheme, we are going for the expanded version, which will be launched shortly. Now this ministerial consultations are happening, and this is the perfect time where this convergence with the objectives of Ministry of Tourism and Ministry of Civil Aviation can happen. Because at the policy level, when we come with suggestions or solutions based on our shortfalls in the previous 10 years, if we can contribute with during this consultation phase, definitely we can take care of in the expanded version which is coming. And this version is going to focus into northeastern states, hilly states, aspirational districts, where connectivity is a challenge, and through connectivity only we can aspire to have this additional advantages or multiplier effect of tourism which can actually come in. So during this RCS phase only, I mean the previous UDAN phase only, we had this tourism RCS also with viability gap funding from Ministry of Tourism, and that's a perfect example of where the ministries, both the ministries converged their objectives. Tourism wanted to have connections or routes connecting tourism prospective places, and Ministry of Civil Aviation wanted regional connectivity and other objectives. So we came together and we had this tourism RCS phase, which are some of those routes are still operational. But when we come to the operational viability after this VGF ends, that is after the 3-year period, when these routes are not sustainable or commercially viable for the private airlines, then there is a question mark on what we are going to achieve. So in those phases, in those 3-year period, if we can collaborate more, sit together and plan and identify the areas where airlines, airport operators and state governments can contribute for providing those better compelling experiences as a tourist, as a traveler, in both at the airports, in the tourism circuits which are connected through the airlines, then it would be a go-ahead for both of us, which will be mutually beneficial for both of us.
Excellent, thank you. So let me assure you that not only will the Ministry of Tourism sit with you, but we'll also make sure that the industry also comes and sits with you, so that we are able to develop a plan which is optimal and which works for everybody. And I must also apologize for getting your name wrong. This is Ms. Smita. She is Deputy Secretary in the Ministry of Civil Aviation. The second thing to follow up on this, Ms. Smita, is that airports are really the first touch points of Incredible India. So when a tourist comes, the first experience he gets is of the airport. So the experience that he carries forward will largely be shaped by how his experience at the airport has been. So there are several things that can be done to enhance the experience of the passenger at the airport, like digital facilitation, enabling seamless last mile connectivity to places that they go to. And we have a colleague who has come from Changi Airport to speak to us in one of the subsequent sessions, is that if you are actually traveling to Singapore and if you have some time, you can actually take a visitor visa and go out of the airport and enjoy the destination for a few hours and come back. And this is something that the GMR people have been also talking to me for the past for several months now. What are your thoughts on how do we make these airports as force multipliers for Incredible India, and what are the things that we can do to structure? Do you have any thoughts around that?
Well, this established airports and metros or major towns, they have systems in place. Most of these requirements of guidance to the first comer to the airport or the tourist facilitation desks, helplines, interactive maps, these are in place in most of those areas, and they are open to further suggestions from ministry or tour operators, tour industry also, which will add value to the airports as infrastructure and maybe connection with the airlines also, because airlines are also during the travel itself. Tourism is an emotional experience. No? So when you are providing a compelling experience, engaging all the senses, then it becomes a holistic experience. So starting from the travel points itself, in-flight announcements, in-flight magazines, from there also we start taking inputs regarding the upcoming place, and then comes the airport. So in regional connectivity scheme or the airports which have been developed or made operational under the scheme UDAN, we have some limitation in terms of having a full-fledged airport infrastructure comparable to the major town airports, because those are no-frills airports. With a limited budget of 100 crore rupees or so, there is a ceiling that we are providing the basic minimum facilities at the RCS airports. So there, if we going to compare them with the major airports, then definitely there will be shortfalls. But we are always looking into, or we are always attentive to this kind of concerns, that what experience we are providing to the tourists. So if you look, as Railways was also mentioning, if we look into the new airports which are coming up in the country under the UDAN or otherwise, we take care that we project the culture, the local culture or heritage through the architecture, through the designing of the airports, by providing customized or cultural taste or appeal to the infrastructure and its engagements. So further suggestions are always welcome, sir, when our mutual consultations happen, and we are always looking forward to interact with the tour industry also, as you suggested. Our airlines, airport operators and tourism industry, when they can sit together, definitely these kind of challenges can be addressed, and state governments are a key player, actually can facilitate these kind of minor modifications or even major modifications, because in our regional conferences we find that the state governments are very eager to utilize this enhanced connectivity by having more tourist inflows. So they are happy, and they are welcoming to any suggestions which they can support by making arrangements in the airports. Udan Yatri Cafe, you might have noticed in some of the airports, Ministry of Civil Aviation has taken this initiative of Udan Yatri Cafe, which is providing affordable food options. So it's not that we are simply looking into the connectivity part or the airport infrastructure. We will definitely take care of all other elements which are at our end to contribute, and we can engage with the state governments more constructively to address to the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish we had time to take a couple of more questions, but we've already been told that our time is up. So all the speakers are going to be here. So those of you who have any questions to them, I would encourage you to ask them on the sidelines, but I don't think we'll be able to take questions as a part of this panel. I would like to thank all the panelists for their thoughtful replies and for making the time on a Saturday to be here with us today. It underlines the importance they attach to tourism. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you for patient hearing.
Before you close, just one line. Yeah. I think the real beneficiary of UDAN scheme has to go for a tough scanner. If my belief or understanding is true that operation between Kannur and Trivandrum with a mid-drop in Kochi, if it is under UDAN scheme, who the real beneficiary of the scheme is, whether it is the airline industry or the air passenger. I think it has to go for a tough scanning.
Sir, the design of the scheme as such is actually providing economic support to the airlines so that they can achieve the commercial viability. Otherwise, since why it is not there in the first place? Because it's not commercially viable. If it is a commercially viable route, they would have started by themselves. If it is not there, that means there is some kind of economic support which is required for the initial period. That is why this viability gap funding is there. Some relaxations with respect to the fees and charges which is accrued to the central government or state government by providing some additional support, etc. So, but our aim is not to have for only 3 years. It is our objective is to sustain it even after 3 years by achieving the commercial viability. So, there comes the advantage of, converging with the tourism.
My question was whether the support from the government is also supporting the air passenger.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There are RCS seats, that is with the airfare caps. There is a ceiling for the airfare which can be charged to some of the seats. It has been earmarked. So 40%, 50%, that kind of caps are there. So the airline cannot charge more in that seats. And more non-RCS seats are also there.
That is where I want to have your microscopic eye into what is happening, because the air charges are not at all fair.
So he's saying you must take a look at oversight on how this pricing is happening.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to invite on stage Ms. Lalitambigai K, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, to do the honors of presenting mementos to our distinguished panelists. We begin by presenting to our moderator, Shri Suman Bilaji. Thank you, sir, for wonderfully moderating this session. We present to all our distinguished speakers first Shri Ashutosh Gautamji, Shri Rajesh Kumarji, Ms. Smitha, to Shri Sumit Sharma, and finally to our distinguished moderator, Shri Suman Bila. Thank you very much indeed. So ladies and gentlemen, with that we straight away move ahead with our proceedings, and we begin our thematic session 1, which focuses on issues central to the growth of India's tourism sector. The role of destination management organizations, DMOs, for Viksit Bharat. This session will explore how DMOs can act as a bridge between government, industry and communities, strengthening linkages with allied sectors, ensuring balanced growth and fostering a tourism ecosystem that is inclusive, innovative and sustainable. The discussion will also cover institutional models and present a roadmap to position DMOs as key drivers of India's vision of Viksit Bharat. And to set the context for this important dialogue, we are honored to have with us Dr. Joseph M. Chair, Professor of Sustainable Tourism and Heritage and Associate Dean at the International School of Social Sciences, Western Sydney University. Professor Joseph M. Chair is a globally recognized voice for sustainable culture and heritage tourism. He serves as a professor at Western Sydney University, Australia, and is chair of the International Geographical Union Commission on Tourism, Leisure and Global Change. He is also co-editor-in-chief of the leading scientific journal, Tourism Geographies. And has previously co-chaired the World Economic Forum's Global Future Council on the Future of Sustainable Tourism, served on the board of the Pacific Asia Travel Association, and is an advisory board member of UN Tourism's Best Tourism Villages initiative. Also consults for UN Tourism, the Asia Development Bank, and other international organizations, and has authored 12 books and numerous academic and policy articles with contributions to the World Economic Forum, UNESCO, the Conversation, and the Asian Development Bank. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Dr. Joseph M. Chair to kindly set the context for this session. Over to you, sir. And I would request you, sir, to kindly conclude in 25 minutes.
Thank you very much. Firstly, Sri Suman Berry, Sri Suresh Gopi, Sri Suman Villa, senior officials from the Government of India and state governments, tourism and hospitality industries, and especially to the colleagues at the Ministry of Tourism who facilitated my presence here today, especially Joint Director General Sri Arun Srivastava. Thank you very much, everybody. When it comes to tourism, India, to use a word you will all be familiar with, is indeed incredible, right? But more than incredible, I think there's another I. India is intoxicating in its sounds, colors, flavors, and rhythms. And I'm very pleased to be here today to learn from all of you about your country. I've been asked to set a global context for this, so that is what I will do, and I will abide by the UN Tourism's theme of tourism and transformation. Also, I think it's important that we look at the good practice that is undertaken in India, and I will mention that briefly at the end. So without further ado, given the tight constraints, I'm from Western Sydney University in Australia, ranked the #1 university in the world for research impact, according to the Times Higher Education. And the research we do on tourism and its impact is particularly important, and I'm glad to see the conversation here today. I'm also the editor of this journal. If anybody's interested in finding out some of the latest in tourism research, please feel free to have a look at this. So when it comes to sustainable tourism as an end outcome, the sustainability transition processes are very important. Sustainable tourism is the outcome, but the transition is the process, and the process is what deserves more focus, and this is what I hear here today. Certainly, if sustainable tourism is the destination, how we get there relies heavily on a transition that relies on meticulous planning, appropriate allocation of resources, and effective policy and governance. If I can, we can see here, and this is echoed in all of the talks that we've heard so far, as the World Economic Forum states earlier this year, tourism could be a $16 trillion industry by 2034. And if India is expected to be in the top 3 economy in the next decade, that must mean that tourism certainly has potential for the country. However, the World Economic Forum cautions that achieving the potential for tourism globally and in India comes with a lot of risks, including vulnerability to internal and external shocks. Polycrisis is the term that many are using these days, extreme weather events, conflict and wars, and geopolitical flashpoints. And the World Economic Forum says this: the sector faces complex challenges, including friction between visitors and residents. While I know in India, domestic tourism has the lion's share of tourism, as tourism intensifies, this friction becomes more obvious. And the risks of global disruptions. We see what's going on in other parts of the world having an impact on the motivation to travel internationally. While some destinations are overwhelmed with too many tourists, there are many others that would like to have more tourism, especially tourism that is aligned with local development goals. So my take on it, and in my research, rather than stopping the growth of tourism, the opportunity lies in better management, smarter distribution, and more inclusive strategies towards even growth rather than uneven growth. In my work, I talk a lot about this, and we talk about the sustainability potential of tourism, but more importantly, how even is this growth and how inclusive is the growth is more important. And this growth should not come at the cost of withdrawing from society's natural endowment or from social, cultural, and heritage inheritances vital for intergenerational well-being and societal cohesion. So what does the research say about tourism's transformative potential? We've heard the term today a lot, resilient communities, a resilient tourism industry. And in my book on tourism and resilience, we argue that tourism will drive social change. So for municipalities, governments, and townships, the more tourism there is, the more likely there will be some kind of change. The question is, what change will be acceptable? More broadly, we see global changes impact the shape and form of tourism and the emerging tourism landscape in turn. Later on, a colleague will be talking about AI, and we see this as being an important agent in the shifts we see. This is evident where tourism is dominant and where there are few other avenues for economic diversification. But as we hear, India's economy comprises of 5% of tourism and likely to lift to 10%. This is unlike many other destinations where more than half of their economy relies on tourism. But the economic impacts of tourism underpin perceptions of change. If local communities are benefiting, then it's likely the change they see will be supported. And the question we often ask in tourism research is tourism the agent of change, or is it the victim of change, or is it both? And so when we talk about change, we must give some attention to the environmental changes that we see around us. Where a tourism economy is built on environmental attractions, and this is pretty much the case in India, where the cultural heritage and the natural heritage are key pillars of tourism. So there will be special concerns when environmental change is of a nature that's difficult to control. This might be seen in the loss of access to a natural resource attraction, including the loss of the attraction itself, or a loss of access to tourist source areas so that tourists cannot go there. In 1963, a geographer, Walter Christoller, said that the virtues of unspoiled nature is utmost in the touristic experience. And it's the landscape in its natural glory that gives tourists the satisfaction that we often talk about. He also said that the value of environmental integrity and how the merits of this stood in stark contrast to the industrialized urban settings of the time are important to take note. And we see this in countries like India and China, where industrial growth is rapid and where we see where we must ensure that this does not come at the expense of the environmental trade-offs that we see. So environmental change is often a result of intertwined and complex variables, climate change effects being one of the most widely acknowledged. And as such, governance responses that underline adaptations to environmental change are going to be necessary, because that's a reality of the planet in which we move forward in. Now also, when we speak regionally, one of the things that we know, according to UN tourism data, the Asia-Pacific region is the fastest growing region for tourism. But more importantly than that, in the next 5 years, we will see China and India as the top two economies and the top 3 economies in the world. So as we say in this book, there's a recentering, not just for tourism, but the global economy is recentering to Asia-Pacific, and this gives us immense potential. In 1988, Deng Xiaoping, meeting with then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, coined the term the Asian century, and it has become a compelling characterization of the region's prospect this century. Asia's growing dominance in world affairs is irrefutable. And as Singaporean political scientist Parag Khanna says, Asians once again see themselves as the center of the world and its future. The drift to the east is more or less complete, with the recenterings at play, not only about realignment of global hegemonies, but also of historical legacies and economic might. So, in 10 years, your children will inherit an Asia-Pacific that will be the fastest growing and probably the most influential economic regions across the globe. So as we say there, once again, prepare for the Asian century. But we also hear this term a lot, and it's quite common to hear this term in global tourism discourses, over-tourism. And this is very challenging because, as we know, there are many places that would like more tourism, but they get overshadowed by the places that seem to become affected from over congestion and over tourism, as we say. The founder of Lonely Planet, most famous travel guidebooks, Tony Wheeler, says that for every crowded metropolis there is, there are probably dozens of other places that would dearly love to be making a baby step towards more tourism. And you probably see this in your country, right? The question is, how do we spread tourists beyond the popular hotspots? How do we make sure that they go into regional and rural areas to spread the benefit of tourism, right? Because we see the pattern in many countries across the globe. A country like Japan, which is one I call my second home, tourists go to 3 cities, Tokyo, Kyoto, and Osaka, and the rest of the country doesn't see any of them. And as a result, we have narratives like this saying, there is too much tourism in Japan. But no, the problem isn't over tourism, it's about uneven distribution of tourism across the country's landscape. So, and I wanted to raise this particularly in India. A colleague of mine who's from India, Kiran Shinde, and I wrote a book exploring the potential of religious tourism. And as we know, for your country, religious tourism is immense when it comes to domestic tourism, but not only domestic tourism. We see that the country has great potential for religious tourism. We see across the globe places like La Sagrada Familia in Barcelona, Fushimi Inari Shrine in Kyoto, Ubud in Bali, and St. Mark's Basilica in Venice all emphasize the immense potential that religious tourism has. And when we look at a country like India, religious tourism is a no-brainer to some degree, right? So how do we ensure that the places that proliferate on the bucket list of religious tourists, as I say, is unsurprising, but how do we ensure that religious tourism and its development maintains the sacredness of the sites and the rituals that we see people embarking on? So what are some of the key challenges in sustainable tourism and this idea of transformation through sustainable tourism? In work we did with UNESCO, we talked about this idea. You know, at a very high level, we wish that tourists will be able to visit a place but leave no traces. You know, the old leave footprints only and take photographs. And so we talk about this idea, and we see across many UNESCO World Heritage sites, including ones in India, the challenge is to find the right compromise between development and overdevelopment. Tourism is always likely to have an impact, and the transformations to places are likely. But how do we find the equilibrium and the balance between expanding and improving the tourism infrastructure and trade, but also ensuring that the transformation is a positive and inclusive one? We must not lose sight of the positive contribution of tourism to communities and their long-term prospects. But inevitably, tourism and why we engage in tourism is because of its economic power. Also, at the World Economic Forum, we asked this question: are we finally turning the tide towards sustainable tourism? Can we see that? But there are many contentions regarding the sustainability credentials of tourism, and links between popular destinations and crises have seen that come up. We see wildfires in places like Hawaii, Italy, and Greece during the tourist season, illustrating a sector that is prone to external and internal shocks that we largely have very little control over. Then we look at the attempt for tourism destinations around the globe to reduce their carbon intensity. And we also look at issues of economic contributions, and whether this is trickling down to the local communities. We heard this from our speakers earlier today. So, one example of this is how we view the ocean. In the past, oceans were seen as places where we would dump the refuse from industry and from industries like fishing. But increasingly we see that the economic success of the travel and tourism sector is heavily dependent on the ecosystem that nature provides, and the ocean is one example. I hear that cruise tourism is growing as a focus in India, and this becomes even more important. Businesses that rely on the ocean and the rivers must help put global frameworks into action and embrace these transition pathways. Sustainable transformation just doesn't happen magically. There is a transition, a series of transitions that need to be put in place. So what are some of the policy challenges? And I think this is a particularly important question. We know what's going on globally about the tourism industry, but what are some of the policy challenges that policymakers face? In a set of three publications that the World Economic Forum and colleagues there put out this year, this question of transformation has come up. And in the first one, when we look at the 4 scenarios for the future of travel and tourism, we see scenario 1 being very impactful, fragmentation. The geopolitical fragmentation we see is going to be important. We see flashpoints in Russia. We see flashpoints in Nepal recently. We see flashpoints across the globe. So how will these implicate the tourism industry? What we see at the World Economic Forum, we say that there will be regionalization of travel. For example, instead of long-haul travel, Europeans won't be going to Australia anymore. They'll probably be traveling within Europe. Asians will probably be traveling within Asia. This bodes well for the region where we have the 2 most populated countries. There will be supply chain vulnerabilities, and conflict zones will keep us on our toes. The second scenario there is this idea of harmonious horizons, where the economic growth trajectory, we hope, continues in a sustainable and uniform way, where income inequality dynamics and fiscal policies influencing disposable incomes through travel demand are resolved. We will see demand polarization, we will see debt and investment and labor market pressures. For example, in many Western countries, tourism industries are suffering from not enough labor, and much of the labor comes from countries like India. So how can India get that talent and knowledge back is a key question. Sustainability transition speed, how quickly can we transform a country like India through tourism? Many of the policymakers and industry people here will know that there are many roadblocks, there are many bottlenecks. Infrastructure is one. How do we overcome that? At the World Economic Forum, we argued that there should be regulatory shifts. You know, how do we make it easier for the tourism industry to expand? How do we make it easier for communities to engage? Unfortunately, because of some of the external and internal shocks we see, there will be asset stranding. We see resorts developed in islands, and with the effects of climate change, these will no longer be viable. What do we do with them? And we will see shifts in consumer behavior, as I said earlier, through the impact of online travel agents, AI. How will that impact the way consumers choose destinations that they want to travel to? And the last one is the technology adoption curve. Cybersecurity threats are becoming an increasingly common threat. And the virtual tourism disruption, which we will talk about earlier. You know, will people want to physically still go to places, or will virtual experiences become something more commonplace? Also, when we talk about the future of travel and tourism through the World Economic Forum, they talk about the importance of stakeholders coming together and working together. Governments, we heard the term public-private sector before. That's going to be pivotal. Understanding and embracing the roles of all of those stakeholders across the supporting industries and the adjacent sectors are important, because tourism, as I argue, isn't a sector on its own. It's a conglomeration of a number of different sectors. And so we come to this last one, and this is the transformative growth that we see. In this World Economic Forum report, there was outlined 10 key factors. How do we come to terms with evolving traveler profiles? Travelers are changing in their behavior and what they want out of the travel experience. How do we increase growing segments as drivers? For example, I talked about religious tourism before. Many destinations want long-staying, high-spending tourists. That's what religious tourists tend to be. Technology development, the risk of global disruptions is particularly important. India is lucky, in effect, that it has domestic tourism dominating its tourism sector. We see friction between visitors and residents, growing pressure on nature, labor skills crisis, and so on. And so the transformations will come across a number of different areas. By the way, these reports are available for free online if you would like them, or I'm happy to provide them to you. So how do we do this? How do we get this transformation in practice? And I wanted to focus on 2 examples in India. Many of you are probably familiar with it, but I just wanted to showcase this. This is world's best practice when it comes to sustainable tourism. And very often we look abroad to find best practice, right? But what I wanted to emphasize is that here in India, you have 2 organizations are doing this at the very leading edge of global, the global tourism industry. Global Himalayan Expeditions is one example, right? If we imagine, and I'm sure most of you know the company, imagine villages that before time didn't have electricity, or they burnt wood and lived by candlelight. through global Himalayan expeditions using tourism as a vehicle, they've been able to transform from this to this, giving communities in remote areas electricity like they'd never had before, right? So tourism and its transformative potential is seen here in India. This is a cutting-edge example of how we can get inclusive tourism, how we can get transformative tourism that changes people's lives. And as they state, these impact expeditions provide sustainable development opportunities, right? So for all of you in the industry and policymakers across the country, this is a fine example that shows that it's possible to have tourism making these transformations, empowering remote communities. And through their model, through their business model, rural development, and through tourism and its impact expeditions, it's able to make these transformations that we talk about. So while the UN Tourism this year talks about tourism and transformations, organizations like GHE are already making these transformations and have been making these transformations for years. The other one I want to point out here in India is Village Ways. Some of you might be familiar with Village Ways. Works with communities across India, rural India, to shape journeys that are slow, grounded, and full of welcome. And this is what the tourism industry wants, right? Increased lengths of stay, increased spending, and a more quality experience. Village Ways' positioning statement is this: see India through the eyes of locals. What could be better than making a local impact through using the locals as the vehicles for tourism development? As they say here, villages needed an alternate source of livelihoods. They were under threat of outmigration. And this is something that happens across the globe, not just in India. There was a lack of confidence in social security. And the question that comes up is, how do we keep people in these communities to maintain the solidity and the resilience that these communities need, rather than people moving away? Tourism is the answer, right? Tourism provides the transformations that these villages need. Here, as their statement says, authentic cultural tourism beyond sightseeing, connecting with people, traditions in everyday life. And this is another thing that we often miss about the power of tourism, particularly international tourism. The more people are able to travel to other countries, understand other people, and interact with them, perhaps the more likely we will be able to have global peace. We see here Village Ways' business model, once again, similar to Global Himalayan Expedition, facilitating the ability for villagers to be engaged in the tourism industry. We know that we often talk about community-based tourism, but there are many roadblocks to community-based tourism. Often community members don't have the expertise, they don't have the experience, the capital, the networks. Through Village Ways, they're able to engage in the tourism industry and undergo transformative effects. Again, another business model which I'm sure you're familiar with, being able to facilitate small loans, training programs, connections to market are particularly important if we are to do what the UN Tourism wants us to do this year, that is to provide transformative effects through tourism. We see that transformative effects includes using local assets, using local skills through traditional crafts and practices, retaining the income locally, reducing outward migration, preserving intergenerational knowledge, right? Because that is the definition of sustainability, intergenerational benefit, and empowering women. Some of the themes that we've seen earlier today. And I like this idea that responsible cultural tourism begins when local communities lead the narrative. And so the question for all of us is, how can we have local communities develop the capacity to lead the tourism that is transformative for them? And this is particularly important. Tourism must not overtake or come from above, but it should run alongside existing livelihoods. And I want to finish by looking at two international examples that I'm familiar with: my home country, Australia, and my second home country, Japan. In Australia, tourism destination transformation is underpinned by a 10-year plan, the Thrive 2030 plan, to reimagine the visitor economy. Now, the terminology we're using in Australia is the visitor economy, not tourism anymore, because the visitor economy embraces a whole range of other sectors: transportation, accommodation, retail, services. Even in countries like Thailand, the visitor economy also includes the medical industry through medical tourism, right? So when we think about tourism and its transformative potential, perhaps we should think about the visitor economy as a whole, not just tourism, but all of the other parts. As we say here, The visitor economy is a significant driver of growth, prosperity, and well-being for Australia. Not more than 10% of the country's economy, but it's recognized as a vehicle for rural and regional communities. We see here that the tourism economy in Australia is characterized by several things. Faster growth in the national economy, and perhaps that might be similar in India in time to come. 1 in 12 workers are employed in tourism. The industry is domestically driven, not to the extent that India's is, but it is certainly domestically driven. Tourism helps regional growth more broadly. 1 in 8 businesses are created as a result of the visitor economy. We see international students as being part of the the visitor economy, and of course, Indian international students in Australia are some of our largest student cohorts, and they bring their family and friends to Australia. We see that it is essential that there is an investment pipeline. There is a $45 billion investment pipeline to help tourism achieve its transformative potential. We have a second airport, for example, opening in Sydney next year. And its contribution to GDP is only 3.1%, which isn't significant. And like India, we are looking to grow it to double, if not more than that. And so, without going through all of this, what are some of the policy priorities? We see that the policy priorities for Australia is to drive collaboration. We talk about public-private sector participation, but there's no question, without collaboration, the tourism industry can't achieve its transformative potential. We see the need to modernize, especially the workforce that we have. We see after COVID, many tourism industry employees moved to other industries and never came back. How do we plug those gaps? How do we embrace leading-edge business practices and enhance visitor infrastructure? Visitor satisfaction is particularly important because in Australia they talk about not the once-in-a-lifetime visitor, but the visitor that comes back more than once. And next is to diversify, build markets beyond our key markets. For example, European markets were our key markets. Then it became China. Now we're looking at India. Sachin Tendulkar's daughter is actually the ambassador for Australian tourism in India. And hopefully she will attract more Indians to our country. And we look at indigenous experiences as an important way to develop that unique sense of place, right? India doesn't have that problem so much because there is no other place in the world like India. But how do we develop that unique selling proposition is particularly important. So I will go past this. Collaboration is important, public-private sector, but not forgetting community engagement. To modernize, later we will hear of AI and how it influences tourism. To diversify beyond the markets that we have. Now, if we go from Australia to Japan as another international case study, where I lived in Japan for many years and worked with the tourism industry there, we see that in Japan, tourism is now seen as a double-edged sword. By the end of 2020, they wanted 30 million tourists as the Tokyo Olympics were about to run. They didn't get to 30 million in 2020, but by the end of 2024, they had reached 30 million. By 2030, in 5 years, they want to double that to 60 million. And in fact, one of their largest inbound markets now is India. Indians love going to Japan. So tourism always presents as this double-edged sword, right? We see here, for example, if we go back to the 1960s, Japanese tourism really hit its stride at the turn of the century, and particularly around 2010 after the Asian financial crisis. And you can see that there's been no turning back apart from the pandemic. But pandemic notwithstanding, we see that it's already returned to post-pandemic levels. And Japan presents as a really good example of how government infrastructure has facilitated this growth. We see this growth year on year from 2021, 2022, 23, 24, and 2025. We see Japanese tourism growing, but we hear of frictions between visitors and residents. And one of the main reasons of that is the tourists are all going to the same places. The challenge for the Japanese government is how do we get them to go to other places? How do we develop new destinations and give them the capacity to deal with tourism? This is Japan's tourism destination plan in a nutshell, and I won't go through all of it, but you can see that there are 3 strategies that they're working on. Creating sustainable tourism destinations. And I hear this is what India is looking at as well. How do we create new destinations beyond the hotspots so that we can move tourists beyond the hotspots? How do we recover inbound tourism? I think that one's been achieved resoundingly. And I see here that many colleagues talk about improving inbound tourism and expanding domestic exchange or domestic tourism. So how is Japan redesigning tourism to benefit local communities? The Minister for Tourism in Japan said this: while the increase in tourists benefits regional economies and the tourism industry, the concentration of tourists in specific areas poses risks to both the local quality of life and tourists' overall travel experience. So the number one key now is how do we move tourists beyond popular destinations and create new ones? So with that, my final remarks, I wanted to draw on what Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi said at the National Tourism Day event here in January. Tourism has the potential to bring prosperity to the lives of many. The government will keep focusing on enhancing India's tourism infrastructure to ensure more people can experience the wonders of incredible India. So with that said, I'll end my talk and I thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And for your reflections on sustainable tourism heritage and the role of DMOs have not only set the perfect context for this session, but have also reminded us of the immense potential tourism holds when guided by collaboration, innovation, and community participation. If we have one or two questions, we have time, 5 minutes from sir. If there are no questions, then I would like to invite on stage Mr. Gopinatha KV, Director, Ministry of Tourism, to kindly come up and do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to our honorable guest. I would request Mr. Vibhava Tripathi to kindly do the honors of presenting the memento. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, sir, and we are certainly confident that your perspectives will greatly enrich today's discussion and inspire us for the way forward as we work towards realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat through tourism. So, ladies and gentlemen, tourism thrives not just on concepts but also on real-world examples, where vision has been translated into action. To highlight such inspiring models, we now move to the session on case studies, focusing on large-scale projects that showcase how effective planning, management, and innovation can transform tourism landscapes in India. Our first case study takes place on one of the largest human gatherings in the world, the Mahakumbh 2025. This mega event is not only a spiritual and cultural phenomenon, but also a remarkable example of destination and event management, infrastructure preparedness and coordination across sectors. To share the insights on the planning, execution and management of this extraordinary event, we are honored to have with us Sri Vijay Kiran Anand, Secretary, Department of Infrastructure and Industrial Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh, CEO, Invest UP and Mela Officer Kumbh. Sri Anand has played a pivotal role in driving infrastructure growth and investment in Uttar Pradesh, and in his role as the Mela officer, he has been at the forefront of preparing for Mahakumbh 2025, ensuring that the event blends tradition with modern facilities, safety and sustainability. And I have the privilege in inviting Sri Vijay Kiran Anand to kindly share his case study on Mahakumbh 2025. Let's put our hands together to welcome sir. And I would request, sir, if you could kindly conclude in 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you.
respected Additional Secretary Sir, senior officials and colleagues from the Ministry of Tourism and all industry partners and esteemed guests on this special day of the World Tourism celebrations. I am honored on behalf of Team Kumbh and the UP State Government to present to you our experience, our enriching experience, a lifetime experience of the Mahakumbh. As you know, it's the largest human congregation. On 28th and 29th January, we were per day 4 to 5 crore people, which is bigger than all the major cities of the world. This all started 2 years before the Mahakumbh, and the Honorable Chief Minister took an agenda setting meeting, and the focus was on pilgrim experience, which aligns well with today's theme which we are discussing, and would be happy to share some interventions that were done in this regard. The focus was pilgrim experience, for which we did mapping, journey mapping of all the pilgrims. We had incident-free Kumbh, Ardh Kumbh in 2019, for which we drew the experience. A team construct was created, and that is what I would want to share with you today. Some of the critical agendas that were decided by the Honorable Chief Minister and the State Government were an incident-free Kumbh, an open defecation-free Kumbh, incident and a litter-free Kumbh, a plastic-free Kumbh, and some of the other initiatives were having it as a cultural and a digital Kumbh. So all these components were significant enhancements from mass gathering events and experience in other mass gathering events. So 20 state government departments and 4 central government departments, including the Ministry of Tourism, worked together in tandem, in coordination, very effectively to deliver a Kumbh. The scale was enormous, and we've all probably experienced in one way or other the Kumbh. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So, as you know, there are 3 significant components for the Kumbh. One is the transformation of the city and the adjoining areas, preparing them for the inflow of such huge population. You know, the second biggest is Hajj, which is 50 lakhs to 1 crore, and we are like 50 times more than that in a period of 45 to 50 days in Kumbh. Then we had to build the largest temporary city in a record period of 3 to 4 months, and including traffic and mobility planning for such a huge inflow of crowds. Crores and crores of pilgrims had their faith on Kumbh. It was a challenge. So in September 2024, the entire Kumbh area where the temporary city comes up is looking with the photograph on the left. So 4,000 hectares of area gets developed in the world's largest city. 8,000 spiritual and community-based organizations set up, including the akhadas, the dandivadas, acharavadas, the pandas set up their camps, including many state pavilions, cultural pandals, and so on, come up in that with, and 10 lakh Kalpasis reside in the Mela throughout the thing, doing their different rituals, and any point of time there are around 50 lakhs to 1 crore floating population thing. So that was a challenge. On the transformation of the city, a shelf of projects was created. 80% of the funds were earmarked for physical infrastructure and permanent infrastructure across the range of things. So we had to make sure the infrastructure is ready for such a huge influx. We had planned for almost 2 times the Ardh Kumbh influx, and it turned out larger than that. I would briefly mention about the kind of things. There are 14 road over bridges and flyovers that were built. 9 were built before the Ardh Kumbh in a record period of 12 months to 18 months, including the railway portion with effective coordination with the railways, which normally doesn't happen. There were totally 660 plus projects executed in a period of 18 months to 24 months without any cost and time delay. The Honorable Chief Minister had decided deadline for permanent projects to be December 2024 and permanent projects before the temporary project before the Mela period, and the team all the departments executed it through effective project management practices. We had to widen the roads leading up to the Mela area, so 160 plus roads were widened, strengthened, and greenfield roads were also developed. For the traffic management, it was important to redesign the entire mobility plan. 64 junctions were redesigned in the previous Mela. 40 plus junctions were completely redesigned with better management of bay areas and management of carriageways and integrated with the integrated command and control rooms. Railways also invested around 2,000 crores upgrading all the 9 railway stations with newer FOBs, holding areas with new platforms, and so that is how around 5.5 to 6 crore people were actually escorted through the 16,000 special trains that were run during the Mela. And in the railways, massive upgradation of the railway stations and the railway infrastructure had happened. Similarly, the 7 permanent bus stands terminals were upgraded, and there were 9 temporary bus stands created which plied around 7,000 buses, which were a game changer, and almost 10 to 15 lakh people during the peak days were escorted with this infrastructure. Prayagraj got a new terminal of the airport, and the older terminal was upgraded as well. Something more relevant to today's topic was decongestion of the corridor. So 11 new corridors were built, the famous Hanuman Mandir, Akshavat corridor, Saraswati corridor, with wider circulating area, multiple entry and exit points for disaster recovery and mobility planning were done, and they were aesthetically developed in a record period of 12 months. Prayagraj is known for the Sangam Ghats, and last time we had 7 ghats developed. This time we had 9 new ghats developed, which turned out to be very good pilgrim experience enhancing interventions, and these ghats were developed beautifully in a record period. These are all the permanent projects. The medical infrastructure had to be developed so that the permanent city hospitals, the 4 district hospitals and the medical college were upgraded with medical equipment, with proper gap analysis, and all the hospitals on the roads, approach roads, health centers were also upgraded. Important basic services. We took a basic services approach as per the state government directions to make sure the city and the adjoining areas are saturated with the additional infrastructure that is required, be it in power distribution, new substations, transformers being shifted, new transformers were laid down. For septage management, fecal sludge management plants in adjoining areas were also created. We had to adhere to the NGT guidelines, and because of that all the 11 STPs were enhanced significantly under the Namami Gange scheme. So one of the critical things was converging with different schemes. Of the 7,000 crores shelf of projects that was deployed, almost 2,500 crores was converged with different schemes, with departmental schemes and departmental outlays, and 4,500 crores was spent on the Kumbh budget. There are many interventions for upgrading the city for a better tourist and pilgrim experience. So the largest street art project of 17 lakh square feet was done with best artists of the world, called upon with best agencies, and done with a community participation also. All the important city roads were built as smart roads with green belt. Almost 3 lakh trees were planted to make it a green Kumbh. 1 lakh horticulture plantation was done with the help of experts. A city was thematically lighted with facade lighting of all iconic sites as well. To help navigation for the visitors and pilgrims, almost 6,000 signages, almost 70% of them were permanent signages, were also deployed in all Indian and UN languages for helping foreign tourists as well. All 300 parks in the city and adjoining areas were upgraded and developed also, and some new parks also were developed. It's important to understand the governance structure of the Mela, which was the critical intervention or critical part of the success of the Mela. So there is a Mela authority under the local administration, chairman being the commissioner, I being the CEO, and all departments are reporting to the Mela authority, which conceptualizes the projects, ensures due diligence is done, helps on the tendering process of the department, and monitors it on an online platform of project management softwares, and to track the PERT charts, to track the critical path, the milestone and deviations, and also to ensure quality assurance through in-house third-party experts, third-party labs. We ourselves had a labs, so data-driven monitoring, database, data-driven insights were the critical part for managing these projects to ensure there is no cost and time delay. And the quality inspections for concurrent post-audit of running bills, pre-audit of final bills was a critical aspect of the monitoring. And also the fund flow mechanism was maintained very smoothly to the Mela Authority with the support of the state government. One of the critical interventions was the layout planning. It's critical to ensure that technology was used in a big way. There were 25 sectors planned. The entire Mela area was spread end to end with 12 kilometers of guards, with all amenities in all zones, the zonal planning, the non-coinciding roads. These were critical guiding principles that were adhered to. So a pilgrim coming from one area will be going back to the Mela in a different thing. 5 lakh vehicles. This is an example of a sector layout planned to the last inch to ensure that all the amenities are provided, world-class amenities are provided, be it food zones, vending zones, be it the pilgrim experience interventions in the ghats were provided in the sectors. Some of the interventions I'm going through quickly for shortage of time. So we had 30 pontoon bridges developed, where almost 5,000 changing rooms were deployed for women and senior citizens. The guards had all facilities required for the holy dip, which is the main custom there. Around the Mela area, a ring structure was created, where any pilgrim would not need to walk more than 1 to 3 kilometers, or almost a parking area of 1,800 hectares were ready to park for 5 lakh vehicles with all facilities there, were developed as satellite towns. The red portion that you can see as a ring structure around the Mela area. The central portion is the Sangam area. For our common pilgrims who are not staying in camps, public accommodation of around 30,000 beds were created, which were used extensively. For all the main cultural and official programs, a lot of convention halls were created, where almost 500 events with 5,000 artists participation happened. Security and mobility management was one of the critical aspects. So everything was controlled with the city control room and the integrated command and control room in the Mela Authority, and there were 2 temporary control rooms also created. 2,700 cameras were deployed. 500 of them having AI licenses, the most extensive use of AI ever done in the history, because that was a challenge that we had, including headcount mapping, including mobility management, sanitation monitoring, including incident reporting, disaster recovery, and so on. We had a deployment of almost 200 crores worth of equipment for drowning in incident management and for watchtowers surveillance. 150 watchtowers were deployed. As I told, the river barricading was for 12 kilometers. We also had community participation of almost 6,000 volunteers who worked as Kumbh Seva Mitras in ghat management, in traffic management, and so on. We had no incidents of fire or drowning, largely because of the efforts put in by the firemen and the police and the Jal police there. Almost 75,000 police force was deployed, the largest deployment ever of a police force in a single event. We had almost 20 plus hospitals created in the Mela area, and there was a OPD of almost 5,000 plus on a daily basis, with a lot of community participation as well. One of the most important interventions was the Swachh Kumbh initiative under the Honorable Chief Minister's direction. 1,50,000 toilets were deployed with service level benchmarking and monitoring through an ICT based monitoring mechanism with septage management. Zero discharge into the river, zero discharge into the groundwater was the principle. Every 75 meters there used to be one dustbin unloaded 3 times in a day. And almost 15,000 deployment of street workers, sanitary workers who did a fantastic job, and they were rewarded at different stages. And their welfare also was taken care of by providing them schools, Anganwadi care for their families, better tentage facilities, and technology monitoring played a critical role in that. And under the Namami Gange program, Ganga cleaning was a priority with deployment of state-of-the-art machinery, equipment, training, capacity building. All the components of the project were handled very diligently, and that is why Swachh Kumbh, the vision was achieved in reality. Honorable Prime Minister gave the vision of digital Kumbh, and under the state government direction, almost 14 interventions of digital interventions were deployed to blend the technology modern technology with the traditional practices without affecting the practices in any way. So all allotment and stakeholder management of the sansthas, akhadas happened through a online software where for land and facilities were allotted. The digital lost and found deployed in every sector became a huge hit. Almost 40,000 people were lost, and they were in a time-bound manner made to meet their families through monitoring, through AI and facial recognition technologies. I mentioned about the project management software. We have a lot of utilities provided in the Mela area, including free ration and so on. That was monitored through the PDS RFID methodology. The telecom upgradation through the Ministry of Telecom was a significant interventions, be it in the city or in the Mela area. Almost 1,000 crores worth of equipment, be it pontoons, DG sets, water utilities, etc., are deployed in the Mela. Tracking that inventory right from procurement to the ultimate deployment to other districts, other local bodies after the Mela was a technological challenge, and which was done through the inventory management system, ERP system. We had our website and mobile apps were extensively used, more than 1 crore hits there. Each of the sanitary infrastructure and the tentage infrastructure was monitored through an ICT platform. We had the police force deployed, monitored through the police mobile app. We had a digital experience center wherein we had almost 5 lakh footfall, which was a huge hit to show the story of Kumbh and story of Prayag to the world. I mentioned about the integrated command and control center, and all the staff and the other people deployed in the Mela were monitored for their attendance to the facial recognition. We also had AI chatbot which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in all the 11 languages through an MOU with the Bhashini software. And it was the first time user experience was deployed through the AI chatbot, which became a huge hit. Vehicle entries and individual entries were through the vehicle pass system. Drone surveillance for project monitoring and for police surveillance was done in a large way. Some of the milestones that were achieved were largest gathering ever in the history of mankind, largest number of organizations camping in one particular area. We had the largest temporary city also. We had 3 Guinness records also achieved. Most number of people, sanitary workers working in a single spot, cleaning the guards. Most number of people having handprint and participating in a community street art work. Then we had who's who of the country and the world coming there. Honorable Prime Minister coming twice, Honorable President, Vice President, and other Chief Ministers of states. We had almost 1,500 judges coming in. We had all the elected representatives, foreign dignitaries and foreign delegates coming in. And we had 500 plus cultural events with a lot of conclaves on different themes organized by the cultural and the community organizations and by government departments. And that is how the vision of Divya Kumbh, Bhavya Kumbh, Digital Kumbh, Surakshit Kumbh and Sugam Kumbh was worked on by the team with the blessings of our akhadas and all other spiritual organizations and gurus, and with the participation of the 24 departments. Through teamwork and coordination, the objectives were met. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. In case there's a question for him, I would like to invite Mr. Arun Srivastava, Joint DG, Ministry of Tourism, to kindly do the honors of felicitating our distinguished speaker with a memento. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, our next case study focuses on one of the most iconic landmarks of modern India, the Statue of Unity in Kevadia, Gujarat. Not just the tallest statue in the world, it has emerged as a global tourist attraction and a symbol of India's cultural pride, while also spurring local economic development and community engagement. To walk us through the journey of its development, management and success, we are privileged to have with us today Shri Amit Arora ji, Chief Administrator and Chief Executive Officer, Statue of Unity, Kevadia. A 2012 batch IAS officer from Uttar Pradesh, Shri Arora has previously served with distinction in districts including Kutch and Godhra, and Municipal Commissioner of Rajkot. He was most recently Collector of Kutch before taking on this current assignment. Under his leadership, the Statue of Unity has been positioned as a world-class destination with innovative tourism experiences, infrastructure development and sustainable practices that are setting new benchmarks for destination management in India. So let's put our hands together to welcome Shri Amit Arora ji to present the case study on the development of the Statue of Unity. Over to you, sir.
Respected dignitaries, participants, Statue of Unity has been unique in the sense, I think it is one of the few places where an entire ecosystem has emerged around a tourism destination. So I'll just quickly go through the journey that Statue of Unity and the surrounding areas have gone through. What we have at Ekta Nagar, so currently at Ekta Nagar, of course, we have the world's tallest statue. We have about 26 other attractions. We have a number of attractions, new attractions coming up. The focus, as discussed, has been to make the entire tourism growth, the growth of the tourist infrastructure very, very sustainable and in harmony with the natural surroundings. So, luckily, the entire area has been surrounded by a lot of sanctuary area, a lot of forest area. It is located on the banks of river Narmada, which has had tourist as well as a lot of spiritual significance for people across the country. Recently, statue has been in the focus for the Rashtriya Ekta Divas celebrations also. So every year, 31st October, the birth anniversary of Sardar Patel is celebrated. And this time, this year in 2025, the scale of the celebration is being increased multifold. So the construction of the Sardar Sarovar Dam started in 1961. It is often called the lifeline of Gujarat, providing drinking water to close to 5 crore people, irrigating about 18 lakh hectares of land in Gujarat. In 2013, the Statue of Unity project was conceptualized, and in record 5 years, the construction of the statue was completed. And I mean, what can be hailed as a typical case study of how a destination management organization with special focus on tourism and planning can catalyze the growth of a tourism node. The Statue of Unity Area Development and Tourism Governance Authority was created in 2019. So I think it was a very, very specialized act that was passed to foster the growth of a comprehensive and integrated tourism destination. The authority area was delineated to include about 56 square kilometers of the neighboring areas, comprising around 19 villages, and the objective was to provide the development of the areas and management of tourism in and around the Statue of Unity at Kevadia in state of Gujarat by providing necessary civic infrastructure, effective planning, administration and connected matters incidental with the road. So a holistic act was passed to ensure that the area develops as a world-class tourism destination. The local amenities, the tourist infrastructure is developed with proper planned way. So I think the act, I'll just take 2-3 minutes to specify about the act. The act can be divided into 3 major sections. One was the planned area development. So Gujarat has a very, very rich legacy of town planning schemes and development plans and local area plans. So the first section dealt with giving all the powers to the authority of implementing and creating a development plan and town planning schemes. Second was there were few specific sections added to facilitate tourism. I'll just go through key provisions. And third was to give autonomy to the authority to enter into PPP agreements, to measure the land banks, to manage the land banks and raise resources on its own. Sufficient financial autonomy was given to the SOU authority. So, of course, as I said, the planning, all the major provisions of the Town Planning Act were included in. The some of the key issues that most of the tourist places face were statutorily mentioned in the Act. For example, prevention of nuisance and power to prohibit the same, the prohibition of certain activities specifying heavy penal provisions for touting, cheating, tourist harassment, for proper frameworks for tourism guides and licensing, for authorizing the authority to have proper registration, grading and regulation of all the tourism operators operating in the area. So it gave sweeping powers in which any tourism operator, any service operator operating in that area of 19 villages could be regulated upon, and then there was of course the power to make regulations. Then specific provisions were made to make the authority financially independent. There was then there was a section 31, which declared SOU authority to be a industrial township. Now just declaring an area as industrial township and an organization or an authority as a designated authority allows the authority to collect taxes and impose surcharges. So this provision was included. That's a provision in the Gujarat Municipalities Act. Any authority for an industrial township can be designated to collect taxes and take surcharges. So, to make the authority financially independent, to make the authority capable of governing the entire area, for regulating operators, all the necessary provisions were factored in. The setup that was created was a mix and match of all the departments that could have been required for the organization that was created was specifically tailored, having staff and officers from all the departments to make the authority self-sufficient in providing all the services required for the administration of the area. We had an entire engineering wing, a forest wing, a home department staff for the tourist felicitation. So an entire new structure was created for the governance of the area. Two other societies were created. One was Kevadia Jungle Safari Society. As per CZA norms, whenever we are managing any zoo or related institution, a separate society has to be created. And for the special focus of nature preservation, for implementing the greening works, for implementing the nature related works, a Valley of Flowers Society was created to give sufficient financial autonomy and to provide decentralized decision making. So first thing I think that was done was a proper vision document for Kevadia was created, and the vision document outlined 3 major themes to be focused upon during the development of the destination. The 3 themes identified were water, nature and unity in diversity. And all the development of Ekta Nagar that happened consequently in terms of our branding, in terms of our marketing, in terms of our brand positioning, focused around these themes. In fact, all the attractions that were developed and are being developed have been focused around these themes. So right now, owing to the various themes, 26 attractions have been developed. Further, other development are also in progress. So this is currently the current state. Along and around the statue, about 26 attractions are functioning. 19 villages have been notified, and as it was very rightly mentioned in the previous session, the authority along with tourism regulation was also tasked with the task of area development. So for the past 1 year, we have been spending sufficient funds for creation of civic infrastructure in the neighboring areas also, including providing bus service for students to school, developing infrastructure in education and health, etc. also. So, I mean, these are just, I've been told to hurry up, so I'll just quickly run through the sides. So, transportation, of course, a new railway station came up there, and recently the timings of the trains from Delhi and Bombay were also synchronized for the facilitation of the tourists. All the ministries came together to, of course, make this possible. The Honorable PM in one of his speeches mentioned that Ekta Nagar should strive to be an emission-free city. So a lot of focus was put on non-conventional and clean modes of transport. We are operating as of now 25 plus electric buses, another 25 are in process. Totally electric e-rickshaws, women-owned pink e-rickshaws are operating in the area. All the vehicles of the authority and departments functioning in the areas have been converted to e-vehicles. We have an intensive network of cycle tracks and public bike sharing scheme operating. We have kick scooters. We have free as well as rentable electrical golf carts operating in the area. Further, we are developing a proper network of charging stations to facilitate e-mobility, smart bus stops, pedestrian crossings, and other tourism infrastructure is also being created. I think two things that tourists mostly look for a destination are, one is cleanliness and second is ease of mobility. Whenever you want a tourist to stay for overnight or stay for 2 days or 3 days, mobility becomes really a challenge, especially when you want proper electric vehicles. So the idea was to create more and more options for all income groups to move seamlessly through the destination without moving in their own dedicated personal vehicles. The climate for about 4 to 5 months is very harsh. It's extremely hot. So pedestrian walkways were developed and these were very much appreciated. So these are covered walkways with green growth on both sides. The entire Ekta Nagar is accessible on cycle track. In fact, we'll be hosting 1 or 2 major sporting events in cycling also shortly in November. As told, the ecology of the region is tropical deciduous. So the Honorable PM also desired that greening and beautification using indigenous varieties like Kesuda and Krishna Kamal should be done on a mass scale there. So we have our in-house nursery there in which we are raising close to 4 lakh plants. We have in the last 5 years planted about 40 lakh trees in the areas. Kesuda plantation has been about 2.5 lakhs, Krishna Kamal about 2 lakhs. In short, the greening, and we are also developing another nursery of our own there. A lot of hill plantation has been done. There are few images that showcase the processes that have been undertaken. We are providing proper cleaning services to the nearby areas. We are running sweeper machine, all the state-of-the-art machines and infrastructure that is required for maintaining a clean destination. We have been working on providing clean drinking water and sanitation to all the 19 villages of the authority, and in the next 3 years, I think all the skeleton infrastructure should be complete. All these things are under process. A lot of private hotels have come up in the area, and this all has happened in the last 4 to 5 years. So we have accommodations for all income groups. A lot of PPP models have been explored. Almost all PPP models are available there. We have the lease model, we have revenue sharing model, we have fixed annuity model, we have auctioning and transfer of land model. So based on the suitability of the income range that we are targeting, the type of clientele we are targeting, different PPP models have been explored. And so for example, where the risk factor is more, we have gone for a revenue sharing model, where the it's a prime piece of land where the supply is assured, risk is less. We have gone for a lease fixed premium model. These are the other accommodation things that are in process. So another interesting project is the hospitality district. So it's about 100 acres of land near the river, where we are creating a state-of-the-art residential township, including in which we are inviting the states also to establish their state bhavans, and a lot of land is being given to private developers. For the target is to come close to 5,000 rooms. Currently we have around 2,200 to 2,500 full functioning rooms, to come to around 5,000 rooms in the next 3 to 4 years. A lot of homestays have come up in the area. So there was a scheme by Tribal Department of Gujarat in which a subsidy of 4.5 lakh rupees were given to any person in the SOU area who wishes to develop his or her homestay, and they have come up a very, very viable and economic options for the people, coupled with local economic impact. We have ensured that range of cuisines from high to affordable cuisines are available there. We have auctioned out food trucks, we have food courts, ample food courts are already functioning in the area. A lot of SHGs have come up with their own canteens, and a tribal thali has become a signature dish of the Ekta Nagar area. So a lot of SHGs have started serving the traditional food. Right now, about 90 to 95% of our energies needs are already, including lighting and everything, are already being met by solar panels and installed solar capacity. The piped gas supply network is about 80 to 85% complete. So the vision that we should be a zero emission city is likely to be achieved in next 1 or 2 years. We are further exploring covering using solar panels on all our parkings, even on our shaded ways, and a number of dike lakes that exist. We are in talks with JEDA for putting floating solar panels also. We are running our own Unity radio station, because initially when the project started, there was absolutely no source of entertainment. We are also in the process of making a world-class tourist visitor center as a single landing point for all the tourists visiting Ekta Nagar. We are revamping, we are developing an ERP system for the entire tourism, because instead of running isolated a ticketing website, we want an entire tourist facilitation and information system in. The tenders are live for it right now. A lot of studies have been done. There have been a lot of significant impact on the local economy. A lot of jobs has been created. People have moved to renting out their spaces. The land prices have increased tremendously. I think one of the key factor that really helped with this was a skill center was established at the very outset when the plant started, when the construction of the statue started. And because the area is relatively remote, it's about 1.5 hours from the Baroda, the nearest township. So for jobs like operators, drivers, clerical staff, it was advisable to have a lot of local resources. So about 20 to 100 people have already been trained in the trades that are required, and 90% of the staff that is employed in government offices there, in hotels there, has been trained in GMR center and is local. SHGs have been roped in a big way for running canteens, bonsai creation, etc. Recently a study was made, and these are just ballpark numbers, how much direct and indirect employment the statue is currently providing to the nearby areas. Now, one thing that we are focusing on is to have a area level master plan in which we want to develop Ekta Nagar into very, very comprehensive and integrated tourism destination. So we already have a master plan being prepared. What we want to revamp is we want to create an identity framework for the destination as to how do we position our brand. Do we market just the statue? Do we market Ekta Nagar? Do we market it as attractions centered around the statue? So we are working out the entire brand positioning of the place. We are creating urban design framework to establish a unique identity as to what development control regulations such as the color palette to be used for attractions, the facade planning, how is it to be there, what sort of greening needs to be done, how is the public placemaking required, how are the city plazas to be made. So the entire planning of the area centering around our themes, we are getting a detailed design plate. We already have about 2 kilometers of riverfront, but a city-wide riverfront is being planned. Another thing that has come up is we have been a lot of visitors, as per the analysis, have been students and college going students. So an idea was pitched that we should align the attractions to various aspects of the national education policy. So the attractions along with a tourist place should serve the goal of experiential learning of the national education policy. So we have been collaborating with MS University Vadodara to transform on a pilot basis 1 or 2 attractions as learning aids for experiential learning of students. We are developing a rainforest type ecosystem there because it's very close to the natural sanctuary area, and a couple of more attractions. We are already planning a city-wide infrastructure plan up to the last detail as to how are ICT ducts to be placed, how are the gas lines to be placed, how are the other backbone infrastructure to be created. Another advantage that we have is the river that flows through the middle of our attraction. Now, right now, the river has primarily been used as a scope of leisure, and it was discussed in center also. There are cruises running, there are dinner cruises running. We are, however, exploring to create a mobility plan in which river is also used as a mode of transport for visiting attractions. So 3 jetties have been planned, 4 more jetties are being more planned. So, and since cycling is one of our major component, we are also focusing on to how to make it absolutely accessible on foot. As to it should be a cycle friendly, pedestrian friendly destination. Next. I think that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Shad Alam, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude and appreciation to our eminent speaker. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we move to thematic session 2, which will focus on one of the most exciting frontiers in tourism, that is leveraging digital technologies for transforming visitor experience at destinations. To set the context for the session, we are honored to have with us Mr. Anand Pai, a strategist, data engineering and data governance leader, who with over 15 years of experience in building cloud-scale data platforms and AI-driven analytics for Fortune 500 institutions. He is well known for bridging engineering execution with executive strategy, and he empowers organizations to embrace innovation while ensuring compliance and governance. I would now like to invite Mr. Anand Pai to kindly set the context for this important session. And before Mr. Pai begins with his address, ladies and gentlemen, we've been informed we have a constraint of vacating this hall by 2 o'clock. So I would request both our eminent speakers, Mr. Pai and our upcoming speaker, to kindly conclude their presentations in maximum 10 minutes. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
No problem. Yeah, so I can get to the crux of what I'm talking about very quickly, which is that while everybody here has talked about the problems that we have, the amount of hard infrastructure that we have to build, and some of which has been built, I want to talk about the things that India actually does very well, which is digital infrastructure, and within that context, how we can use AI to leapfrog to the next generation. And for that, I'm using this place called Chamonix, which is in Switzerland, because it is the best way to explain to an Indian audience. Because of Yash Chopra and all his films, everybody knows that if you want to have fun, you have to go to Switzerland and you have to have a scene with Mont Blanc in the background. The thing, next slide. So the thing that people don't know about Chamonix, which has guided us flipped, is that actually it is completely sustainable, but it's also a $2 billion destination between Chamonix and Courmayeur. That is the amount of money that tiny town makes. And it makes it all from people from within Europe, but a significant portion of the people, I have been there many times, and I can assure you this from personal experience, at least 20 to 30% of those people there are people who look like you and me. And the ministry has already identified all the issues which make it that we don't have a seamless experience. And how you connect all of these things is what is going to make the difference to getting to a sustainable experience like Chamonix and generating that kind of revenue from the amount of infrastructure that a place like Chamonix has. So India has got UPI, ONDC, DigiYatra, but it also has a lot of alternative physical infrastructure that most other countries don't, which is sustainable energy and the ability to use drones for almost all kind of usage, including safety mapping and supply delivery. So today, while everybody, like I said, talked about the physical infrastructure, what I hear most from people, a lot of my friends, a lot of people with the kind of disposable income that could be spent in India, but prefer to spend it instead in Switzerland, is not about the hard infrastructure. It's about the fragmented experience. It's when you go to India, you can't be certain that your booking is there, that your train will come, that your transportation will be available, and if you have problems, that you can get redress and that you can make sure that things can be sorted out. But when you can do that by using all of India's digital infrastructure, make sure that everybody who is supplying the service is clearly identified and corporatized, that you have people who are on platforms like ONDC and who can be verified. You have previews and multilingual guides, and you have sustainable experiences through what is called glamour camping, glamping. You can get safe and memorable experiences. And I truly believe that if you do that, you don't need to build an enormous amount of hard infrastructure. Maybe you don't need to build any. You can get to the Chamonix scale just through what we have and what we do well, which is the digital infrastructure with the use of AI. So just to benchmark, 2 to 3 million people, 1.3 billion on the Chamonix side, and combined with Kurmayar, approximately 2 billion. So India doesn't need to replicate all of the heavy infrastructure, but it can build digital rails, soft infra, and sustainable enablers. And just to give you a comparison, just that small area of Mont Blanc does about $2 billion, whereas all of Nepal, which has definitely got comparable beauty, if not anything else, does about 0.7 billion. And India definitely has the scale, right? We're talking about $160 billion worth of tourism revenue. And we know that it is always going to be in that scale, and it's continuing to go up. The visitor volumes also are going up. So we have all the metrics in our favor. And if we can create, an experience like this is not a picture of a place in India, but this is something that very easily could be. You could create an environment like this, and you could live in what is relatively, close to 5-star comfort in the middle of nowhere with absolutely no connectivity. You can use drones to take pictures of yourself, but you can also use them to get previews and routes and safety mappings. You can deliver essentials, and you can get an integrated stack. And this is where it all sort of comes together. If you have all your providers on platforms, of course an example is ONDC, you can use AI today. If you connect ONDC to AI, then the client can go in and they can build their own experience. They can build everything that they want to do. They can make up their mind about what they want to see and what they don't want to see. And this can be done without any other person being involved. You won't have a travel agent trying to push you to go to some location. You won't have a bunch of people saying, no, you can't do this and you can't do that. You will have an AI which will actually take data from a connected platform which is reputable and which you know that services exist. Similarly, one of the things you will often hear about why people don't want to come to destinations in India is that you go to some place in Europe and you get this professional level service. That professional level service is a result of, a century, if not more, of people being trained in that. But we can leapfrog that by using AI to produce that quality of presentation, that quality of dynamics of prediction, demand prediction, logistics, and risk and safety management. And this is by giving AI to the actual operators, not trying to manage this ourselves, but giving AI to the operators and then connecting the AI to all the data that it needs so that the operators can answer questions and make plans which are actually executable. So once you can do all of these things, once you connect the AI, then you can do discovery, purchase, trust, in-trip, post-trip, all of these things. The only country in the world that can do this today is India because, and of course places like Singapore and so on, but the big countries that can do it today are places like India because that is the status of our digital public infrastructure that almost nobody else in the world actually has. Similarly, I talked about what the providers can do. They can get guides, they can get homestays, transit, they can do, you can get entrepreneurs who will get into the business of providing services and they will discover what services they should be providing by talking to the AI. Because AI can do that. Once you connect it to the right data, it can guide you as to what you need to do in order to make your service better. And having things like DPI will enable corporatization. It will raise professionalism, standardization, and trust. And these are the things that make the big difference. So this is the key slide in which I want to talk about the fact that using AI, using DPI, and using drones, and using sustainable energy, you can create an experience like Chamonix, a $2 billion a year experience with the infrastructure that you have today. You don't have to go looking for new things. You can take what you have today, make the connectivity. Through the use of technology, you can build this. For tourists, it will be seamless. You will have trust, and you can build your personalized AI itinerary, and you can have safety and comfort. For the service provider, you can be corporatized, you can do cost-effective discovery, and you can become the kind of professional that everybody in the world talks about by going through an AI which will mask all your inefficiencies and train you to become the much better professional looking service provider that everybody else in the world provides. And then the alternative infrastructure will enable the kind of premium services in the middle of nowhere that you are used to seeing only in a Class A city. So that would be the end experience. It would look like a sustainable Chamonix style of experience. You can have people traveling with families, you can travel just by yourself, you can do hikes, you can do adventures, and all of that you can do within the infrastructure that exists today. And that is, I want to make the point that this is not something that we are talking about that's futuristic. This is something that we can actually baseline, and within the next 3 to 5 years, we can get to the point where our infrastructure for tourism based on this can actually deliver Chamonix-style clusters, not just in one place, but in multiple places across the country. And you can build this by just taking the infrastructure you have today and connecting it together and building to a plan and a vision. I would say that, based on the analysis that I have done, of course, the ministry would probably do much better at that, is that we are not talking just of small numbers. We're talking about $2 billion to $3 billion per year per cluster. And there are, of course, the policy and governance enablers. You need standards, you need connectivity, you need mandates. But these are things that the ministry is already doing and is very well aware of. And then, of course, the requirement for metrics, because as you said, till you measure something, it's not real. So we would have those metrics, we would set this up, and that would make it clear to us that we are moving towards our destination. So that's my summary, is that digital infrastructure can make just about as much of a difference as physical infrastructure. In fact, for a country like India, it can make a lot more. The second point is that, make no mistake, India has some of the best, if not the best, digital infrastructure in the world. And there's this big problem that we always talk about, this thing between government and industry. If you follow this path, then you are empowering the local providers. You are not taking it upon the ministry to make all the change. The change will come through the providers. And this is our path to build, what Yash Chopra took to Switzerland, let's take back. And let's build all the Chamonix in India, and it will be co-created by government, industry, and communities. So that's my message. I think we can do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. I would request Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Director from Ministry of Tourism, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Pai. Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation we had from you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we move to the final case study of our event today, the Jurassic Quest Spatial AR Experience, Changi Airport. And to share this fascinating case study with us, we are honored to welcome Mr. Christopher William, co-founder and head of Creative Technologies of Hiver Lab and project manager of the Jurassic Quest Spatial AR Experience. So let's welcome for the presentation.
All right. Thank you so much for having us here. And thank you especially for Amit and his team for the accommodation, and Ministry of Tourism for having us talk about this case study. So mainly I'm here to present one of the biggest AR experience in the world, probably, which is Jurassic Quest in Changi Airport. A little bit before that about ourselves, I'm from Hiver Lab. It's an immersive tech AR VR company. We were established in 2014. And we've pivoted from being a video media company to now spatial intelligence, digital twin, and immersive tech. So a little bit of Changi Jewel. So it's pretty much, I think, one of the biggest airports in the world. And it spans around 135,000 meters square, which is around like 9 cricket fields big. So a little bit more about it. Interesting fact, it has the biggest indoor waterfall. It has like a entire forest, which has more than 2,000 plus trees. And it has fun for kids, which is canopy park, things like that. So when they came to us, Jewel, to create this project, which is quite a big endeavor. So that was the main challenge. So how do we do this? So we came up with this idea to have interactive AR experience that spans across the entire mall, mainly to attract kids, but at the same time engage parents. The main thing was to engage the inflow of people that are coming inside Changi. So every year there's like 80 million people that transit between the airports. So I think one of the points that what Mr. Billa mentioned earlier is how do we retain people? So I think that's the same ideology that Jewel had. And that's the angle that we went with. So having an engaging experience for children, children with parents, and then the parents has the money. So even if the parents don't like to go, the children will force the parents to experience this. And that was the angle that we went through. I think maybe we can skip the video. There's a short 3-minute video, but I can go through the how we set up and how we did the project. So the planning itself, there's 5 floors, and we wanted the flow of tourists to go through every floor. I think that was another point that was brought up. Like how do we diversify the tourists? It's not a tourist problem, so it's like the diversification of tourists, right? So we had to do, the first thing what you had to do is site recce, like just take a lot of pictures, analyze, and think about the space, how we can distribute. And then what we did, we placed the, I'll go into it a bit later. But before that, this is the pre-planning process. So we 3D scanned the entire thing with LiDAR, and we had our own, so once we had our own 3D map of the entire mall, we could replicate it in our own digital twin. So we can place any elements, any AR characters wherever we want it. So how do we do this? Once we map the entire area, we put AR markers through different floors and different areas of the mall where people might not really go to. So we can kind of force them to go there. And these are some of the ideation phase. We came up with like a storyline where this jewel, this astro jewel gets lost, and you as a new recruit have to go through with this trainer who's going to guide you, who's going to bring you along, try to find this jewel and save Changi Jewel, right? So these are a couple of dinosaurs that we modeled and designed. Some Easter eggs. So these are not explained. These are hidden away in different areas of the mall. And if you scan the QR code and if you find all of this, you get coupons. So that's another important thing, I think, for revenue of the mall. And also it gives an incentive to the audience to go hunt for eggs. Yeah, because they can get coupons from McDonald's or something like that. Yeah, so this is a jewel, some of the renders that we did. We had some toys that was part of the game, but later you could also buy, which also reinforces the fact that kids, if they force a parent to buy something, they have no choice. So putting all these characters or things inside the experience, you kind of reverse psychology on your parents to put more money in the mall, right? Some of the footage pre-vis, this is called pre-visualization, how we planned. It's just very blocky animations. We put all these in the environment to test out. And then once we do that, we polish up the animation, put it inside our software. And then this is the final output that you see. So you can go to Jewel now and then book this tour. You can get a tablet. Entire thing works on a tablet. So you can rent this tablet out at the kiosk and you can go around. So one session is around $20, which will give you like 1 hour of experience. You can have the tablet. But the tricky thing is we made the experience slightly longer. So we have around 40 minutes of content, but if you walk slow, it's going to take some time. So you're forced to extend your time if you want to finish all of the games. So that's another way that Jewel tried to, extract more money. So we had games. So this is one of the games where you have to feed the dino to make the dino go away, and you're saving the Triceratops. And then we have Meet the Dinos, which is like a selfie thing that you can take with your kids. This is placed all around. So you have different dinos that you can stand beside, and then you can take pictures, put it up on social media, things like that. And we have mini games. So these are isolated from the actual storyline. So you could directly go for this. If you don't have much time, people who are not staying for like a long time in transit, you could go for the games, you can experience it, but still get a hint of the fun. What's the impact about all of this? Till date, I think per year we have done like 250,000 of sales. They have done 250,000 of sales per year, and 100,000+ of people and counting. And also, one of the points that I heard earlier speakers talk about is how to have all of this infrastructure there. Having physical infrastructure might be cost effective. You have maintenance and all of this. But this one, we did it in 2021, and I didn't have to touch anything. So one-time payment, but you have concurrent revenue coming out from it because it's all digital, right? And the only thing maintenance would be your tablet. You can upgrade or replace your tablet, which is not a lot compared to actually building things in space. So that's another important thing about AR, I would say. Okay, so the future, what we're thinking about is having petting zoos of dinos in Changi. So these petting zones, you can hatch your own egg, you can hatch your own dino, and the dino will recognize you with AI, and you can raise it, feed it, and then pet it, and then raise it like your own pet. And then you can come back and visit your pet grown up, and it will recognize you. So this is another point that I wanted to make, is that bringing back users is also an important factor for Jewel. And this game, what we'll be doing is something that will bring them back. So if they travel 6 months earlier, hatch their egg, and then come back later, they will see their dino all grown up. So it'll give them, it will force them to go through the experience again, or pay money and then buy the experience again, right? Okay, so another point that I wanted to make is in Jewel, we have AR markers that are placed all around the mall, which is still a bit of maintenance because it gets ripped out. The AR marker fades, so we have to reapply new ones. But what we have done here, it's called geospatial AR, and these don't need AR markers. These are anchored to actual spaces. So this was done in Dubai, the street in Dubai. So the cars that you see flying around, it's completely anchored. There's no marker, nothing. You open up your phone, you pull it out, and then you'll see futuristic cars flying around. And then we did another one for this monument. So we put this character coming out from, I forgot what this monument is called, sorry, but it's also in the Middle East. So we put this character through this rectangle, made it like a portal, and come out. So this one doesn't have any markers, but it's the monument itself is a marker. So you could imagine a world where, you can imagine a time, world where India would also probably have this, could have this, like India Gate, Taj Mahal, and things like that, where we can have AR experiences around the monument. So they are coming in to see important monuments and things like that, historical places, but also there's an extra incentive that you're giving to them to pull out their phones, take pictures, put it up on social media, and this will reinforce other people to come, right? Come to that place. Yep. I think that's it. I do have one thing to give you guys. So we did a very quick example of what it can be. Like the Jewel project that we did was through apps, and then we had to install apps. But if you just scan this, so this AR experience can happen in your browser. So you don't have to install any apps. So you can scan this and you can launch your own T-Rex on the stage anywhere. Yeah. I think that's it for me. Thank you. Yeah, so this is an example I did this morning. Yeah, too. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Roshan Thomas, Director, Ministry of Tourism, to present a memento to Mr. William. Thank you very much indeed for that wonderful presentation on Changi Airport, the Jurassic Quest Spatial AR experience. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we draw the curtains on this year's World Tourism Day celebrations. On behalf of the Ministry of Tourism, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed dignitaries, speakers, partners, and participants for making this celebration meaningful and inspiring. And we invite all of you to join us for lunch served on the ground floor. And thank you once again, wishing you all a very happy World Tourism Day. Good afternoon and namaskar.